That's okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Better late than never. Okay. Good evening and welcome to tonight's meeting of Sparta Township's Planning Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the record, this meeting is being held on May 17th, 2023 at 7 p.m. at the Sparta Township Municipal Building located at 65 Main Street, Sparta, New Jersey. Please note that adequate public notice of this meeting was given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act. I apologize for not standing in advance, but let us begin with a salute to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Michelle, if you wouldn't mind, please call the roll.
Dean Valnetti,
Here.
Jeanette Burke,
Here.
Vice Chairman Ron Day,
Here.
Christine Dunbar,
Here.
Bill Enright,
Here.
Justin Canellis,
Here.
Angela Cassie,
Here.
Chairwoman Celeste Luciano,
Here.
Ernest Reichstad,
Here.
Peter Sky,
Here.
Mike Sylvester.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, before we get into the thick of things, I'd like to thank Michelle Lantow for her assistance with tonight's meeting. Michelle, I think I can safely speak on behalf of the entire board when I say we appreciate you stepping in. And to that end, in light of previous discussions regarding administrative issues and agendas and minutes, I'd like to address the administrative hurdles that we're facing. A new secretary has been hired and is being trained, and the board understands that this is a process and there's a learning curve. We'll continue to do our best to post agendas and accessory documentation, but we hope that the public also understands the situation, and we thank you for your patience and consideration during the transition period. Now, for the town council update, Councilmember Valnetti.
Yeah. Hi, thanks, Councilwoman. So a few updates from the town council meeting, May 9th. First, there were two proclamations, both very important ones. One was about mental health awareness. The second was to announce the Senior Spartan of the Year, Wendy Stamer. Actually, there's a dinner going on right at this time to honor the senior volunteers and the Senior of the Year. Two resolutions that are of interest that were passed. One is regarding GIS mapping. So there's a small project that was approved. The vendor, the partner is J. Caldwell and Associates, and it's going to be to update a subset of our township maps. Also, the Glen Lake Dam assessment resolution was approved. Next, the Economic Development Committee, or the rechartering and reconstitution of the Economic Development Committee, was one of the primary points of discussion during the council meeting, and there was a lot of conversation around that and a lot of progress on that, and that continues. There was also discussion, and there are plans now to shift the starting time for the town council meetings to 7 p.m. Now, that will not be this coming meeting, because I think it will be on the agenda for this coming meeting for a resolution to approve. But it sounded like there was consensus in that in the future, the meetings would be shifted back to a 7 p.m. start instead of the 7:30 p.m. start. And finally, I just wanted to share, I'm one of the liaisons for the council to the Historical Society, and I wanted to share an upcoming event to salute and thank our veterans. It's sponsored by the Historical Society. It's going to be a salute and thank you to the veterans and their families. It will be held at the Van Kirk Museum, where the Historical Society is. It's going to be for 2 days. It's going to be on Saturday, June 10th from 11 to 4, and Sunday, June 11th from 11 to 2. And they're going to also be, in addition to thanking and honoring our veterans, they're going to be exhibiting military equipment from assorted wars. And they're hoping to have someone from the VA there to also answer questions that any veterans might have. They're expecting to have Revolutionary War enactors, an encampment, fire and drill demonstrations, and vehicle and equipment displays. So the admission will be free, but there will be a donation bucket for those who choose, and the proceeds will be split evenly between the Sparta Historical Society and the Wounded Veterans Project, and there will also be food available for purchase. So I just wanted to highlight that in special recognition of our veterans. So if you can make it, please stop by and support them. And that concludes my update. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Dunbar, if you wouldn't mind, please update us regarding the Environmental Commission.
Thank you, Chairwoman. My report from the EC is we've been very busy. We had a very successful Earth Day fair that hopefully some of you got a chance to enjoy. At our last meeting, we received correspondence from the Open Space Committee, and that's the Sussex County Open Space Committee, and the one item is that there's going to be a new preserve in the Culver Lake area. And we also, during our last meeting, we reviewed and provided suggestions for an application from JV LLC at 370 and 376 Lafayette Road. And also, we are waiting on updates to see whether or not we are going to receive 2 grants we applied for, and one should be coming in pretty soon, sometime in May, and the other we should hear about in the middle of the summer. And this would be to work on various environmental projects around Sparta. We passed to the town council, I believe, a resolution, and the resolution is called the Great Waters Resolution, and the title of it is A Resolution in Support of the Continued Enjoyment of the State's Waters for Drinking Water and Recreation Without Harm to Agriculture. And we had a discussion on invasive plants, and we would like to consider that Sparta have at some time an ordinance that pertains to native and non-native species, specifically regulating the introduction of non-native species or invasive species. So we're working on that. And let's see what else. For the new business, there was one new suggestion that we all work together in the near future on coming up with a plan for Sparta's open space. And that's the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. So now I'd like to open the floor to Ron Day and Mike Mistretta on behalf of the members of the Ordinance Review Subcommittee and their presentation on proposed changes to Ordinance 18-431A, the PCED zone. Mr. Day?
Okay, good.
Oh, Michelle, if you wouldn't mind the slides.
Hi, good evening, everybody. So when we met last, 2 weeks ago, we said that we were going to post 3 documents to the website. Hopefully everyone has seen those. They were basically, there's a presentation we'll walk through tonight that will summarize the changes that we're recommending on behalf of the subcommittee. There's a clean version of the ordinance, which in the form of a resolution, and it's actually a complete restatement of the ordinance to make it easy to follow. And then there was a red line copy of what's changed. And when you look at the red line copy, there was a lot of moving from this point to another part. So it's hard to follow, but I apologize for that. But it was our attempt to at least highlight. You can see what was changed and where changes did not occur. So if I can go to the next slide. All right, so the discussion tonight is broken into 4 parts. There's the subcommittee and the objectives. We're going to talk about and explain the PCED ordinance as it's adopted in its present form today and give you some of the characteristics. And then we'll get into and try to set a baseline for this is what we're looking at when you hear PCED. And then we're going to talk about our proposed changes that were being recommended by the subcommittee. And at the very end, we're going to open it up to questions and answers and any comments anybody has. And I'm going to ask if you could, when you do this type of presentation, I think some of the questions may get answered throughout the presentation. So I'd like to go through the presentation. It shouldn't take more than 15, 20 minutes. And then we'll open up to questions and answers to the board and to the public. Okay? All right, next slide. So this is the subcommittee team. Jeanette Burke, myself, Bill Enright, Ernie Rickstaff. We've also have our professionals, Tom Collins, Mike Mistretter, and Dave Simmons. And again, thank you for Michelle for stepping in to help us out tonight. We couldn't have done this presentation without you. And also to Chairwoman Luciano for letting us put this together. Authorize the
Thank you for the
subcommittee.
work.
I just want to say just something on behalf of the before we move on to the next slide. What you're going to see tonight is it's a lot of work, a lot of late nights by the people that were involved. It was a little bit more difficult than I think any of us, at least myself, I'll speak for, that we anticipated because there were some substantial changes. So with that, let me jump to the next slide. So when we kicked the subcommittee off, this was our subcommittee objective, and I'm not gonna read that to you. I'll let everyone take a look at it and read it themselves. So hopefully you'll be familiar with what you're seeing here. But this is what we work to. When we're doing the subcommittee is going to look at 4 different zones. All we're going to talk about tonight is the PCED, and then once we finish here, we're going to get back and we're going to talk about the other zones. When we first formed, the public had asked, would you go back and look at what we did on the economic development, PDRM1, and we haven't done anything on PDRM2, but the answer is yes. So we'll be moving forward once we get out of the PCED. All right, next slide. So these are the ground rules, and these ground rules apply to all 4 zones. So any recommendations that we put forward has to conform to the requirements of the existing master plan and the amendments too. They're actually, for PCED, there is a specific master plan amendment. So we can't do anything that would be that would contradict that in any way. But that didn't say that there wasn't things we can do. I hope you'll find that we looked at it and we found some things that I think should help update the zone for what we're looking at today, things that may not have been around when the ordinance was first passed back in 2018. You know, we've talked about moratoriums and no builds. You know, you just can't have those. We can't say, put a moratorium, don't build anything. Every piece of land has to have a assigned use. And you can't say, just don't build anything. So we'll talk more to that as we go through the package. The other thing I wanted to mention was conditional acceptance criteria. You'll see we have done a lot in the area of taking things that were permitted uses and moved them into conditional uses. But I want to make sure we all understand what that means. From a conditional use perspective, I think, at least I'll talk to myself before I was on the planning board, and I'm trying to come up to speed. But I thought conditional acceptance gave you the right to ask a lot of different things. It doesn't. It's very specific. It looks at things like it may add like larger lots or different setbacks and other things and other properties, other uses in the zone. I'll give one example, but just to give you one's easy to understand is, we look at batting cages and driving cages. One thing that you'll see there, and as a conditional use that you won't see on the other uses is actually environmental lighting, making sure you're not getting light bleeds outside the zone, that all the lights are pointed downward. Those are the kind of things that are conditional uses. And, if you get a chance, I think it's worthwhile when actually in the ordinances, there is a section called conditional uses. And for each use that's conditional, it will tell you these are the exact conditions that apply to that use when it's cited as a conditional use. Okay, next slide. Okay, so want to draw a picture to everyone what the PCED zone looks like. So this is the satellite view from our website. when you look at, in the middle of the picture, let me see if I can reach it. I don't think I'm going to be able to try. Yeah. Okay. So, talking to the mic. So just to set everybody, this is the ShopRite right there. Okay? That's not PCED, but when you cross the street, you have the big field here, and you have these lots up here. So this is basically, when we're talking PEC, it's these 8 lots that total just under 50 acres. And I think, you know, as expressed by the public, this particular zone has some unique traffic and environmental concerns, and we've tried to address those as part of this presentation and part of our recommendations. Okay, next slide. All right, so one of the unique concerns we have is that there are some wellheads in the zone. And Mike, I'm going to ask you if you could maybe explain a little bit about to folks what the wellhead is and why it's a concern on this particular chart.
Yeah, if you could see, if you could,
Mike, please use to speak into the
I'm
microphone.
sorry, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, at the bottom right corner of the map, right there, on the first property, it's like a triangular shaped property. I'll also be able to show it to you on the next slide, but that's where the wellheads are located, and that's one of our most important areas for environmental purposes, that we want to be very protective of these wellheads and the area surrounding it. So I think if you go to the next slide, it might show it there also. And I think this slide actually shows it a little bit better, maybe, if you scroll up a little bit. There you go. Okay, perfect. The same triangular piece of property now is now shown in relationship to the PCED zone. To be clear, the wellhead lot is that small triangular shaped property that is technically it's not in the PCED zone, but it's adjacent to the PCED zone, as you could see on 2 sides of the property. So why I wanted to show you this this slide rather than the previous one is that you see how important those wellhead locations are in relationship to the undeveloped portion of the PCED zone. And I'll just take it a step further. What this slide illustrates is the undeveloped portion of the large tract. Ron spoke of the 8 properties containing almost 50 acres. 5 of those properties are in the PCED zone, but they're currently developed. You can see the boulder boundary encompasses those 5 properties. And then there's 3 properties that are rendered, that are in color, that are the undeveloped properties in the PCED zone. So when we're coming up with the regulations, envisioning the redevelopment or the development of this undeveloped property, the 3 lots that you see in color, we're trying to be very cognizant of the wellhead lot and how to put proper protections within the ordinance so that any development that does occur on the undeveloped portion does not have an impact or will mitigate, or, what we're trying to do is protect those wellheads to the maximum extent practical. So we have larger buffers that are required next to the wellhead property as the PCED properties get developed. What you also see on this slide here is, now this is based, to be very clear, this information that you see on this slide is based on a 2009 map that was provided to the township as a part of a prior subdivision and a prior development. So it is a little bit dated, but that 2009 map had a delineated wetland line on it as well as a wetland transition area on it. So when you look at the piece of property that we're talking about tonight, again, it's all 8 properties, 5 developed, 3 undeveloped, and the 3 that are undeveloped have a documented and delineated substantial amount of both freshwater wetlands, which is the darker green area, and the lighter green area is your 150-foot wetland transition area. So it provides a protection around the existing wetlands. So we highlighted those areas just to give everybody an understanding of the existing environmental constraints that are on the property and what we are taking a look at when we are making the edits to this ordinance. Altogether, and these are approximate numbers, again, this is from 2009 information, but 3 undeveloped properties total 37.03 acres, and then when you subtract out the dark green, which is the wetlands, the lighter green, which is the transition area, it reduces the developable portion to a little over 17 acres.
Mike, if I could, just want to interrupt 1 second.
Sure.
For the folks that are watching from home, we weren't able to share, I don't believe we're able to share the presentation.
Oh.
But if you go to the town website, everything should be available there. If you click on it, you can follow along. The other thing, if I can, just to help Mike, is that if anyone can't see, there should be copies up front of the presentation to make it a little closer. The 3 lots that Mike are talking about, so if you look at, this is one. Think of the big one. But within this, there's a lot right there, and there's a lot right there. So when he talks to the 3 lots, it's one big one plus these 2. And the other thing, if I could, Mike, maybe if you could just spend a few moments to explain to folks, what a wellhead is and why it's a concern.
Well, those are where the wells are located, and again, those are not in the PCED zone, but if that's where the wellheads are located, and what we're trying to do is, we're trying to protect this source of water from any type of development that could occur, even if it's in an adjacent zone, which these properties are an adjacent zone. So within the ordinance, we included a 50-foot buffer from any property, not just from the wellhead, the physical wellhead locations themselves, but from the property itself that contains these properties, and this property is owned by the township. So we provided a 50-foot buffer from the outer limits of this triangular-shaped piece of property from any further development. So we're trying to protect that source, that resource that we have on that property. Does that help?
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't there, I think David made the point that that wellhead was used during a hurricane for almost a year for another town?
Those, about 20-some odd years ago, when the hurricane came through and wiped out through Sparta Glen, that took out approximately a mile of the town of Newton's transmission mains and effectively separated Morris Lake, which is the town of Newton's reservoir and sole water supply, to Glen Road, so it cut it off. So at the time, right now where the 7-Eleven and the Shell station is, right in that general area, that's where Newton's transmission mains cross the transmission main that comes from the Germany Flats and Commerce Park area. And William Wilson at the time, God rest his soul, was instrumental, and Dick Weaver from the Water Department, in making the interconnection. And that served as the supply of water for the town of Newton for a little over a year while the plans were being developed to relay a new transmission main down through Sparta Glen. And the DEP worked with Sparta Township to put those 2 Commerce Park wells online at that time. So that whole situation was instrumental for the Township of Sparta helping the town of Newton. So you're absolutely right, Bill.
Mike, anything else on this slide? Or okay, if we go to the next slide. And also, did you have something?
No, my only little minor comment I left off was there is one other little color, and you can see it as it fronts on Route 15 for the most part, and that's just for the property setbacks. So it's not a building constraint. So I just wanted to, in case anybody had any questions, what the strip of different color was along the property lines, and that's where the building setbacks are.
Where it would be, it's not on this map, but it would be located, so this is the field that's across from the Stop and Shop?
Right.
ShopRite. So it would be across the street. This is Route
Right there.
15, right along here.
You could see the driveway, you could see the traffic light right there, right? You can see where the traffic light is right there.
How deep are the wells? Or the well, how deep?
I think Dave would be better to answer that. How deep are the wells? I don't know that answer.
Gravel wells, I'd have to look it up, but I'm assuming 200 to 300 feet deep. That's an estimate, I'd have to check it.
What area do those wells normally service?
Beg pardon?
What area do those wells normally service? Who gets their direct water from those wells?
Well, those wells were originally put in as part of the Commerce Park development. At that time, that was in, if I recall correctly, about the early to mid-1980s. And at that time, Sparta Township hadn't developed the well field out in Germany Flats yet. So originally, it was set up to serve a lot of the commercial properties that are in Commerce Park on Wilson Drive and Gale Court. Eventually, it got integrated in with the rest of the system.
Is there an opportunity to see what other wells are in and around the surrounding area, serving the other properties, like a well search?
Well, basically, you have the Commerce Park wells, and then on the ShopRite side, if you will, further on towards down White Lake Road, that's where the township's main Germany Flats wells are. So that's where they are. And each one of those wells by the DEP had a wellhead delineation done for a protection area as far as a Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 travel time. So those have been done.
Similar depths?
Beg pardon?
Similar depths and like,
Subject to checking, I'd say yes.
yeah, all right, thank you.
I have a little more information on the Tier 1, 2, 3. So the Tier 1 is within 2 years, the water will travel right to that well. Tier 2 is within 5 years, water that gets down in the ground can travel to the well, and Tier 3 is 12 years. So the whole PCD zone is completely within a wellhead protection area. The Tier 1 is about 2/3, 66% of this zone is in a Tier 1. So that means within 2 years, water would get to that well. And then there's 30% in Tier 2 and 4% in Tier 3. So it is, the whole zone is within the public water supply wellhead protection area.
Quick question, this whole piece that you've got up here that's highlighted in the greens, that is owned by the town?
No,
None of this is,
It's all privately owned.
Wellhead's run by the town.
Just the wellhead.
Right.
the wellhead lot is not rendered or colored on this piece of property. It's the small corner piece.
Can you show that? Yeah, can you show that again?
What's that?
the
They
wellhead
want to see where the
triangle.
wellhead section is again.
Can you go back a slide? Let's see, trying to see on here. Go back one.
Bottom
Yeah, you
right.
can see it right there on
Triangle?
the triangle right there.
Right down
Yep.
there.
Corner, it's the triangle.
Oh, there you go, right there.
What's the daily pump rate out of those? Again, I'm doing this from memory, subject to checking, probably about 200 gallons per minute from the Commerce Park wells. That's a guesstimate, subject to check.
Okay, I think we can let you continue.
Okay, no, I think this is good. The other thing, thank you, Bill. I want to offer to all the other members of the subcommittee, if you think I'm missing something or something that needs to be added, please, add it to whatever we're talking about. Okay, next slide. We're going to move forward a couple. We did this one right there. Okay. So what I want to talk about here is this is what the PCED ordinance looks like as it was adopted in 2018, as well as modified by the ordinance resolutions 2221. So when you look at it, one of the differences, something that's new to me here, was the whole idea of a planned commercial development. So I'm going to ask Tom if you could maybe just explain that a little bit to folks so they get a better feel for what's the difference between a planned commercial development versus a single lot development.
Thank you, Mr. Day. So in the ordinance, generally speaking, in the municipal land use law, the land use law authorizes municipalities to adopt ordinances that provide for what's called a planned development. And a planned development is a little bit different in that it allows for unified design standards throughout the entire planned development and allows for some design standards in the planned development that might be different than for an ordinary single lot in the same zone. And in this particular zone, you have that's 37-plus acres, which are quite appropriate because it's such a large size for a planned development. The ordinance allows one for lots greater than 20 acres. And there are a lot of details in the new ordinance and some in the old ordinance, but they help establish the planning board's authority to review the planned development, to review and require uniform design and architectural features for all the uses and structures within the planned development. So basically, you can make sure that even if someone buys one lot or one building, that their design follows the original design scheme for the whole planned development. That's summarizing it quickly, but that's the basic principle. And that's very useful when you have a large tract that might be further subdivided like this, or might get future site plans. So what happens is both the subdivision plans and the site plan are reviewed pursuant to plan development ordinance and municipal land use law standards, and certain findings have to be made in order for it to be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. So I thought that was important because the one thing that's unique here is the fact that it does allow for planned commercial development, providing the planned commercial development is for an area greater than 20 acres. And there are, the requirements are somewhat different, and you can find those in the ordinances. The current ordinance allows for retail buildings. They must have a residential appearance on multiple facades. So it's not just you got to make the front look nice. The whole building has to look nice. So it's a little different than some of the other commercial ordinances ordinance we have, commercial or industrial ordinances. You need a unified architectural design. And from a traffic perspective, this requires any developer to provide a new road at the traffic light. So the traffic light is the light that we're talking about. So when you come out of North Village and you head straight, you're looking at the field, that traffic light right there. So there has to be a road the developer is going to provide the ingress and egress to the buildings that will go into these new developments. So that's a control point to keep people from jumping out on the 15 and, having to, getting cut off and that type of stuff. There was actually a second requirement for, I'm going to call it was an encouragement for a second road that would allow traffic to enter from Wilson Drive. And the thought there was, again, help keep some of the traffic off of 15. That was not a requirement. That was just an encouragement. There's no new curb cuts allowed. Impervious coverage is set at not to exceed 40%. However, there were incentives in there that allowed it to go up to 50% if you contributed land to the new road. And we'll talk a little bit to that further in the presentation. No building, the way the ordinance is worded now, no building can exceed 40,000 square feet. We'll talk to that a little bit. As part of Ordinance 2221, distribution center, you won't see this when you go online because this ordinance has not actually been added to the online version, but it is in the actual resolution 2221. Distribution centers, fulfillment centers, trucking terminals, and parcel hubs are totally prohibited regardless of what size they are. Gasoline service stations, car washes are prohibited, no hazardous materials, and no underground storage. So, when you look at this this ordinance and when it was written back in 2018, the landscape has changed a lot since then. North Village wasn't there, ShopRite wasn't there, the town's building out. So, people thought it's a good time to take a fresh look at this and say, and that's part of the objective. How can we make this fit better with what we know today? But all in all, I have to say, I think it was a well-written ordinance for its time, but I think it does need some upgrading, and we'll talk about some recommendations to do that. So let's talk about the changes we're proposing. So that would be the next slide. Okay, so the current ordinance allows for square footage up to 40,000 square foot. We're recommending we reduce it to 25,000 square foot. And there's a slide later in the package that will give you the rationale for this thought process. And we can, we can have some more discussion on this, as we go through. And additionally, there was, the ordinance mentions light industrial use. But it really didn't define light industrial use. So, we wanted to make sure we had some clear, objective criteria that says you either meet it or you don't. And you can read here exactly what we did there. But it basically says, no hazardous materials used or generated or disposed of. A couple new uses that we added were outdoor dining, outdoor eating, and we came up with some very specific objectives that says objectives that must be met in order to be permissible use. We added a pharmacy, and we added a 24-hour emergent care facilities as new permitted uses. One thing we spent a lot of time on, and I suspect we'll have some discussion here. We have a slide in this. We'll talk to this one a little bit later. Was we actually the current ordinance as it sits today allows for hotels, motor inns, and conferences. We just don't see this as the right place, as the right zone for that. Again, we can have discussions there, and there is a slide that does talk to that. So we'll give you some rationale behind that. We took 4 categories, and we took them from permitted use, which is basically the standard conditions of the zone, and we upgraded them to conditional use, which put more objective standards against them. We included new objective standards to significantly reduce the traffic problems associated with drive-ins. We know that was a concern, so we've tried to address that here. Drive-ins have always been an allowed use within the zone. In fact, I think right now it's actually permitted use, and we've changed it to a conditional use with objectives that said these are the conditions you must meet if you're going to have a drive-in. We've added some new objective environmental standards. We've enhanced the architectural standards, and you can still have long-term warehouses, but from a traffic perspective, what we've said is, again, it's only long-term storage, and you get 3 dock doors. So you're not going to have a big turnover. Try to reduce the turnover of trucks and stuff that go in there, and again, that goes back to the master plan. The master plan was very specific that said you're allowed warehouses. So we can't eliminate them. But what we try to do is at least adjust the use to something that would be more tolerable from a traffic perspective. If we want to get rid of warehouses, that's a whole different discussion, and that's going to come as part of a master plan discussion. Okay, next slide. You may remember when we did Resolution 2221, we added some environmental studies, some traffic studies, some community impact statements, and we said that any planned development in this zone now must have those. They weren't all there before. But again, I'm gonna hit the nail on the head here to make sure everyone understands. We can't deny a use based on these. What this allows us to do is to have the discussion. So the question is, I think, there are some people, and I kind of went back and forth on this, that says, well, then why do we have it? Well, I think I'd rather have the discussion than not, because at least I have a voice, and it gives a chance for the developer to hear us. Or we could just take it out and leave it the way it is. I mean, those were the 2 choices that we had here. So I think at least trying to have the discussion was the better answer, at least in the view of the subcommittee. We added some roadway setbacks to, and this, Mike talked to this earlier, to help protect the wellheads. The current ordinance allows for underground and under-building parking. Not sure why that's there. So we deleted that. The thought process was that could just allow for more traffic, which is something we're trying to prevent here. We talked about the impermeable coverage, where it's at 40% with incentives to go to 50% based on the new roads. So we've actually removed one of those incentives. So if you're coming in at the traffic light, it used to be for every square foot that you donate to an access road, you would get 1.5 times coverage for contribution to that land. But our thought was, well, you need to have that, so why have an incentive there? Where we left the incentive was on the Wilson Drive. And the thought process there was that it's not a requirement. It's actually hard to do. When you look at the map, it probably, to do this, the developer is going to probably have to buy land from someone on Wilson Drive. So, but we're hoping that if that occurs, that will also help reduce the traffic on 15, because now you have this other access. And again, when you think of the access, think of the type of uses that are in there. You know, it's not heavy traffic, tractor trailer. It's going to be hopefully cars and vans and that type of stuff. So that's why we left that there. And then the last thing we did is we modified the sign. We modified the sign language. So right now, the sign allows you to have, when you drive down some highways, you look along the roadway and there's, 16-foot signs as you go everywhere. I think some of the newer developments are adjusting that to have monument-based, ground-based signs. So when you're driving down the road, you're still looking up at the trees and the sky. You don't get all that noise from all the signs. So that was one of our recommendations. Let's see what else. I think that's it. So the one thing I want to mention on this, on the ordinance that's being proposed and on the existing ordinance, there's always the chance that any developer, whether it be a single developer or a planned commercial development, they could come in and ask for a variance, a waiver, and that discussion could occur. So, but at least we're putting a stake in the ground saying this is what we think it should be as a recommendation. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is talking about where we change uses from what exists currently today. So you can see the three, we've spoken to this already. These are the three new uses that we proposed. And you can see that where the uses on the right were ones that are currently permitted uses, and we've changed them to conditional uses. And again, a lot of these have to do with, like, when you look at churches and house of worship, the conditional use says, 1 acre minimums here, you need bigger for a church. So that's part of the condition. Drive-in restaurants, the setbacks, the parking are different than the other uses in the zone. So that's why we thought it was important to bring those conditional uses back into the discussion here. Okay? Okay, next slide. So this is a hard one. I'm going to try to talk to this one to explain this one, because I think this is an important segue into the next slide. So what you're looking at here, let's see if I can get my bearings. So, okay, so right here is the that's the shop right. Here's your field and here's your PCD. Up in here, you have Wilson Road and Gale Court. You can see the circle, and that's going to, the road is actually going to come in from there if the developer was to do it. Over here, you've got, it's hard to see from here. I apologize. So the building here again. So this is your. Is that right? No, down here. Can you slide up a little bit on the picture? There we go. Go a little bit more. Okay, there. So again, get your bearings. So this is your shop right. There's your field, Wilson Court, and up in here is Aaron Way, also warehouses. So when you look at these zones, and you look at the existing buildings, when you look at Wilson Road and Gale Court, and you can't see it on this slide, so when you go home, you can blow it up, you can check it, you can validate it. But the buildings that are in here that exist today are typically around 11 to 15,000 square feet on average. There are some that are 25 two-story buildings, such as there's a medical building right on the corner there. So when you look at that, that's, say 11 to 25,000 square feet. When you look at the restaurants over in North Village and the square footage there, they are typically going to be under 10,000 square feet. I think they all are. There's, I'm going to go through, everyone knows the restaurants that are over there. And then furthermore, when you go up into Aaron Way, where there's also warehouses and light industrial buildings, use buildings, they typically run maybe a little bigger than Wilson Drive, but they're all under or around 25,000 square feet. There are some that are bigger. So we use that as background and say, okay, what's the right size building that we can live with, allow development, but is something that we know, we have experience on. We know what the pluses and the minuses are. So with that, let's go to the next slide. So this is why we recommended 25,000 square feet, because it's consistent with the building sizes in the surrounding areas. That was the big number one driver. We know what a 25,000 square foot building does. These uses may be a little bit different. We're hoping that the smaller size, 25,000 versus 40,000, is going to help reduce tractor-trailer traffic along the highway there. We're trying to provide more emphasis on retail and restaurants and reduce the emphasis on the larger warehouse. And that's something we're hearing from the public, that the public wants to see. So we try to take that into consideration. And so, basically, when we talked about the new uses that we have, we believe that the subcommittee believes that we've come up with uses that are probably more in line with what the public would like to see. So that was the rationale for the 25,000 square feet. Next slide. Okay, so this slide talks about, the one thing we took out of there was hotels, motor inns, and conference centers. So let me just start with, conference centers. You can't have a conference center unless you have a hotel or a motel. That's one of the conditional uses. But when you look at this particular zone, again, the 9 lots under 50,000 acres, it's currently on sewers and on well water. The kind of hotel brand that I think of, and I think in the subcommittee agreed, is that we want to see in Sparta is not the kind that you're going to get on this type of a parcel. Now, that doesn't say that we don't want hotels and conference centers and motor inns. The question is this the right zone? So we'll look at that as we go into other zones. There are bed and breakfasts, I think, along Main Street, or it's an allowable use. But we just felt this was not the right zone for that. And we also felt, when the initial, we actually talked about, do we leave the hotels at 40,000 square feet and have everything else come down to 25,000 square feet? And we just thought that the 25, even 40,000 square feet would be a non-starter I think for the kind of hotel that we want as a gateway to Sparta along 15. It just didn't seem to really fit this zone. So that's the rationale behind. Here's why we are recommending that be deleted. Next slide. And I'm not going to talk a lot about this one. This was kind of the same rationale as a hotel. Is this the zone where we want to have? You can see the uses that are there. Is this the right zone for that? And the feeling of the subcommittee was that now again, we may want this in other areas, but right along 15, entryway to Sparta and all the traffic that these could bring, we just felt this was not the right answer. Okay? And we did leave in public schools as a conditional use. Okay, next slide. So I think when I look back what I've heard about this zone over the last year from folks, the biggest challenge I think people had was the traffic. And there's a lot of debate in terms of, do you have a drive-in, do you not have a drive-in? I think there's some history here. I've heard that when this zone was created, it was actually put in the master plan that you could have drive-ins because there were folks in town that did want drive-ins, but they didn't want it to be, I think overall the majority of the folks in town said no, but not in the center of town. So when this zone was created back in 2018, there was a deliberate intent to allow for drive-ins in this zone.
I think, drive-through, right?
Drive-through, what did I say?
Drive-in, but.
Thank you,
but yeah,
thank you,
but we mean-
drive-through.
We mean drive-through.
Thank you. So what we've done as a team is, we said, okay, so if we have to have them, what can we do to help ease the traffic? So we've got some experience from some other drive-throughs, and as well as in other towns. And you know, one of the big keys is making sure you get those cars off the road so they don't back up onto the highway. So what we've done, and one of our recommendations in the new ordinance is that the drive-ins, and this is part of a conditional use standard, is that you have to have a queuing of cars designed for up to 12 cars from the point of entrance onto the site to the pickup window. And I think when you look at other standards, that's a pretty hefty standard. But again, you know, 15 is, you know, we just don't want to see them there, and these are very close to 15, so the committee felt that this was a good recommendation, so we're recommending a queuing at 12. In addition, we're encouraging, and not requiring, that a single drive-through, when you think of McDonald's, all the time, you pull in, it's one lane, it splits into two. I think other restaurants do this as well. So again, gets the cars off the road, get them into the lot, you service them, and you drive out. So it should help any traffic backups, those two things together. Again, if you have to have drive-throughs, hopefully these two will help control that traffic and minimize backups onto the new road or onto 15. Traffic study requires a level of service of C or better. So I want to make sure everyone understands this. When you look in the ordinance, I think it says under the traffic impact study that you can't go down to a D. And the reason for that is the state as a whole, the feeling was that the state would deem a C to be acceptable, as opposed to once it's a D, now you have a voice in the discussion. So what I think the way it was worded is a little different than what was here. So I want to make sure that people understand the nuance. So you have to have a C or better, or you have to come up with corrective action. And again, it's a discussion. There's no teeth. So the question that we're all faced with is the discussion not worth having, or is it worth having? I think that's the real question to me, and to the subcommittee. So I'm sure we'll talk more on that. We talked about we're limiting the dock doors again. So if there are warehouses, they're long-term storage warehouses. You know, they don't need 5, 6, 7, 8 doors, which I think is what would have been allowed for this size building under the economic development. And we talked about the new road. So let me just see, is there anything else I want to just cover here? I think that's it on the slide. Yep.
The important distinction is, for warehouses, they're going to be required to build that new exit road onto one of those two roads. What we're kind of doing is really encouraging retail and restaurant use where they don't have to do that. So it's kind of, in a way, it's discouraging warehouse houses of any kind.
Thanks, Ernie. Okay, so from an environmental perspective, again, these are very, you know, everyone's very concerned, rightfully so, about the aquifer. So we've put in these two standards here that were not there before. In addition, there's another one that I should have added here. There's a third standard we added that says when you look at sewer and storm drainage discharge, they must be directed away from the wellheads. That's an important one that should have been added to this. So I think all in all, we tried to address, you know, what we've heard from the public. We tried to address what we think are valid concerns, try to keep everything in line with the master plan. And with that, does anybody else from the subcommittee have anything that they'd like to add? All right, so on behalf of the subcommittee, thank everybody for listening, and look forward to everyone's comments and feedback. So Celeste, back to you.
So we will, we'll be entertaining questions from the dais first, and then we'll open it up for public question and comment.
I could start. Do you want to do it in order? How do you want to do it one by one? Should I get through all my questions? Go for the next hour? No.
It's yours. Stage is yours.
Okay. Some of them are questions, some are recommendations or proposals for us to consider. The first one, and I think I'm going to have to rely on our professionals for this, is when we saw the map with the main lot with the property with the 3 lots, and we saw the wetlands, and we saw the wetlands transition area.
Can we put that map back up, Michelle? Can we scroll back to that map?
So
I think it's 8.
those are. Right there? Yeah, so you see the dark green is the wetlands, and the light green is the transition area. Precious areas. We don't really want anybody building there.
Right.
How best can we prevent, is it possible to prevent a developer, an applicant to come in and appeal to the DEP to either fill in or relocate a wetland or to get a waiver or variance to build in the buffer? Is there a way locally we can ensure in this ordinance that those green areas can't be touched?
And it's very difficult and very risky to try to do that through an ordinance, because when the New Jersey Freshwater Wetlands Act was adopted by the state legislature, and this is unfortunate, but the legislature in its infinite wisdom, which I'm putting a quotation mark about, declared that municipalities are preempted from regulating wetlands or transition areas. So that type of language in an ordinance would be violative of that state statute. And that's been established for many years, since 1989 approximately. But by the same token, the areas are highly regulated, both the wetlands and the transition area, and 150-foot transition area, which apparently was determined by the DEP at this property, are extremely protected. There are very few ways to get any filling in wetlands. There are some, but they're very constrained statewide permits. And the transition area has some averaging techniques and some limited disturbance techniques that are also permits by rule. So likelihood is that those will be generally pretty much as they are, regardless of what you did in an ordinance or didn't do in an ordinance. State agencies and federal agencies sometimes are able to get wetlands filling permits, but it's very rare, if at all, for developers to get an individual permit, it's called for filling of wetlands. So if you're trying to, one idea that I came up with, and Mike and I and Ron talked about, is maybe there's a way to have a rear yard setback requirement for this area. That's not just because of not because of buffers, not because of wetlands, not because of transition areas, but a classic bulk standard to encourage the buildings along 15 to be closer to 15 than to the rear line, which is likely to happen anyway because of that general beige area. And, a number like 300 feet might actually be very convenient as a rear yard setback. So at least for the vacant 37-plus acre area. Not necessarily for the smaller 5 lots over by Wilson Drive. So one of the ideas is maybe add a bulk standard with a setback for rear yard setback for lots over 30 acres, or existing lots over 30 acres, existing in 2023. So Mike and I can work on that with Ron and the subcommittee, if the board wants to be focused on basically having things closer to 15 than the back property line.
Okay, so it's something to consider, I guess, right? Okay. Yeah, I did want to add too that this area, 26 acres of this zone, so 53% is a prime groundwater recharge area. Just to put that out there as well, that folks are aware of that. Not just a recharge area, but a prime groundwater recharge area. I should have started with thanking the subcommittee, I'm sorry, and Ron for the wonderful presentation, the subcommittee for all your work on this. And when I first started looking through it and read the ordinances, the red line, the clean ordinance proposal, and the presentation, I was waiting to see things, and I kept saying, I was delighted when I kept seeing new things pop up in here and all the work that went into it. So I should have started with that, I'm sorry. Great job. So next question, I guess, or next proposal for consideration is reducing the impervious surface, since we're on the environmental topic, below 40% to make the maximum something a little more, something different, something more meaningful. So whether that's, 20, 25, 30, just trying to get it down. Because as we've seen historically, whatever the max is, most of the time, the applications are coming in at or above the max. So I wonder if there's an opportunity here to reduce the impervious surface below 40%. That's another thing I think we should consider. Next, the studies. So one of the studies is the traffic study. It states that it has to be a licensed traffic study professional. I think the community impact one is, I guess, is done by the applicant, it seemed like. The environmental impact study, we don't, in the proposal, specify the qualifications. I think we say an environmental professional. Is there value in specifying what that professional, what it mean by professional? Whether it's degrees, whether it's certifications, instead of just saying environmental professional.
Councilman, I've seen ecologists, biologists, geologists, wetland specialists, planners, environmental planners, engineers, all in those. That's the group that I commonly see prepare these type of statements. And I think we can insert those type of credentials into that area to make sure that the report that the board will be getting is done by a licensed professional and who has demonstrated experience in preparing these reports. He's not just slapping one together to fill in a box on a checklist to say, yeah, I submitted it and I'm good. Now, you get a good ecologist, he really knows what he's talking about and can speak to surface water, groundwater, wellheads, soils, aquifers, all of the topics that we want addressed.
Okay.
So I think we could strengthen that language in the credentials.
Okay. And that would be something, of course, we would vet during the beginning of a hearing before the testimony, right? To go over the credentials, whether they're accepted or not. Okay. I lack knowledge on this, so a drive-through, and restaurants in general, what are the laws around handling waste, but specifically grease? Being it's in this sensitive area, it's over the aquifer, and there's no sewers. So right now, how is grease handled with the restaurants?
I would think, for example, the Dunkin' Donuts out on Route 15 comes to my mind. I'd stand corrected and have to check this, but I believe when the septic system, which that is on, goes before the county health department for a permit, they probably have a grease trap built into the septic system to siphon off that grease, and that's periodically pumped separately.
Okay.
So that's a good point, and I think that's how they generally handle it with septic systems in restaurants.
And that would be handled through that process separately from this ordinance?
Pretty sure that the county health department, as far as their criteria for a septic system for a restaurant like that, they'd require that.
Okay.
And the one that comes to my mind, I'm just dating myself now with the old JR roof over in Newton, it's McGuire Chevrolet. They just turned that into the Sussex County culinary. Even though Newton is on its own sewer system, I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correctly, that they actually had them put a grease trap in also, because they don't want that grease flowing through to the town's sanitary sewer collection system.
Okay. We talked about, or we saw the proposal for the maximum building size of 25,000 square feet. Two comments on that. One is perhaps we look to reduce that, or at least the footprint to something, for example, like say 15,000 feet. So you're still, if they want to do 2 stories, you can still allow them to go up to 25,000 square feet, but maybe the footprint is reduced to 15,000 square feet, just given some of the other buildings in that area and maybe what visually would be acceptable.
What we tried to do was, mirror what was going on the other side of the road. And then we looked at the size of those buildings, where Jersey Mike's is and the pizza place, and trying to say, that's not a bad sized building, and that fits within that criteria. That's what we were trying to get to, was to basically to get more consistency between both sides of the road.
The other concern there, and it just came to my mind now, if you go with smaller buildings, smaller footprints, there's a chance of subdividing and you're going to get more. So there's a trade-off that we need to consider there. What's the right answer? I don't know what that is right now. Definitely be good to get some input on that. So the question is, do we want less bigger or more smaller?
Generally speaking, the smaller building footprint you go, you're going to get a lot more of them. So the way Mr. Day described the character of our neighborhood and the size of the buildings, we're trying to fold this piece of property right within the character of the neighborhood and be consistent. And we did take a look at the building footprints of the surrounding areas, and that's what we're trying to do. I do have a little bit of a concern when the building pads become too small, you end up with an awful lot of them, and it looks choppy, and you don't get that feel that you want when a site like this is developed out. So just something to think about.
Okay. And again, just to clarify, drive-throughs, manufacturing, fabrication, treatment, packaging, all these are specified in the master plan. So at this point, they have to remain in here, I believe, right? Until we relook at the master plan. We can't just eliminate, okay?
Can't eliminate them. So what we try to do is put more controls on the standards that they would have to meet.
Okay. So just to clarify, with the 25,000 square foot allowance, that's the total square footage of the building, including all floors? So an applicant can't come in and build a two-story building and get 25 and 25 and make it 50. 25 is the max?
25 is the
Okay.
maximum. Again, they could always come in and request a variance
Yeah,
but
yeah.
we were pretty clear, 25 is the max size,
Okay,
where it was 40,000 before.
okay. So max size, all stories,
All stores.
yes. And the max footprint is 25?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe you could tighten up the definition of that, or just clarify that it's no more than, whether it's 1, 2, or 3, there's a maximum total up to.
Yeah. And does the requirement for the residential appearance apply to all uses or just retail uses?
All uses.
All uses, okay. I did see allowable uses, of course, for recreational, retail, outdoor activities, things like that. Given the location, I don't know if there's a separate ordinance that controls either the use of or the selling of weapons, firearms, or accessories. So I'm thinking of a shooting range or a retail store that's going to sell those products. Nothing wrong with selling those products, but I just think maybe in that area, it might not be most appropriate. I don't know if we have to call out restrictions like that.
It would be
I'll
helpful,
defer to
the more clear we are, the better. That's the bottom line.
If the board agreed, but that's,
Right.
yeah. I'm just not sure it fits in with the desired scene there. And I did see in the write-up, the ordinance write-up, the clean version, I think on the red line, there was some language in there, maybe it's old language, around the future intersection for northbound access and the future intersection. Is
Yeah.
that just referring to the North Village existing light?
Yeah.
Okay.
And again, the road's still not there, but the traffic light.
Exactly. Okay. Okay, I think I'll pause there and let others ask questions. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could just add one comment really quick, just to be really clear, I should have mentioned it earlier. The slide that you're looking at, it's based on information that's dated 2009. This information is generally valid for 5 years, a letter of interpretation that will delineate a wetland and transition areas. So I don't know if an extension was obtained or anything like that, but even if it was, you got one 5-year extension. So this is based on engineering information provided to the township from a private developer that we use for this slide. I just want to be very clear, this line may have expired and would have to be renewed. So when we're talking about, we're very specific on the numbers on the slides, and that's why I want to bring it up, because these lines could change. They may, I don't know how much they would, but they may have changed over the last 10-plus years.
Any questions? Anybody else? Comments, concerns?
I would recommend if you're going to cite on page 18.
Mike, would you please use the microphone? I'm sorry, just for the live stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? On page 18, I think I would recommend just putting a citation in where it says hazardous materials or materials regulated by technical regulations of DEP. Put the citation that defines all those materials, hazardous and materials. There's a very extensive list.
I think we discussed putting in a link there, so people could just
Okay.
click on it. There's about 3 or 4 sections of this ordinance where I think it would be helpful for anybody who were to read it if we inserted a link, so you don't have to start guessing, what are we talking about, where do you go find it? Just click on it. and you're
Correct,
good
and
to
they
go.
update that
And they update,
periodically,
yeah, because
so-
we're not, it's not our control anyway, so.
That's exactly why we recommended
Okay, great.
citing that, was because it's
Yeah.
been regularly updated regulations. We don't have to constantly update our ordinance.
That's it.
Tina, I believe you had a couple of questions?
Well, on my first go-around through the wonderful presentation, thank you to the committee, I noticed that, and I just wanted to clarify that we're not providing any incentives to increase impermeable surface. Is that correct? Because there, I read in.
Correct, yes.
That's correct? Okay, that's great. So why not provide incentives to decrease? You know,
Make sure I understand the question right. So you're looking for an incentive to decrease the
the-
impervious surface.
impervious.
Could you give us some suggestions on what you'd like to see there? I wouldn't know.
Well,
what to do.
the only thing that comes to my mind is perhaps a tax incentive of some sort.
See, now it's a question, can we do that with in an ordinance?
Not really, Christine. The township has to have a uniform tax system, so you can't, through a land use ordinance, give tax incentives. You also can't do it through other ordinances. There is one type of program that probably would not apply here, which is redevelopment with the big R. And that is complicated, but it requires findings that the property is in need of redevelopment, and then usually the property owner wants a payment in lieu of taxes, which usually is equal or similar to the taxes, but most of it goes to the municipality. So if when you think of incentives for reducing impervious coverage, try to think in terms of zoning language that would be a bonus or something for making something more pervious. But I'd be careful about that because the new technology for pervious pavers, et cetera, is coming online. You saw a little bit of that in the Nicolak presentation. The theory is you can make pervious pavement and pervious patios, and it sounds good and it is good, but it isn't the same thing as being green space. Okay, now I'm not saying don't do some sort of bonus. I'm just trying to say think in terms of zoning bonuses.
Yeah, no, I'm aware of the maintenance issue on that.
And I think that's something that, we can look at. But we could definitely use some help, because I wouldn't know how to do that. So any suggestions on, that you would have, that you could forward to committee, on what incentives we could use would be great.
Yeah, there's got to be something, I would think. And also in here, I didn't see anything that mentioned solar panels to encourage businesses to look into that. I know that there are incentives, state and federal, out there from time to time. Certainly, anybody that is going to build in those areas would want to be aware of that and encouraged in some way. And that would benefit the entire community, I would think, with the larger buildings.
Are you done? I have
Yeah,
a
thank you.
Follow-up question. So the question about, is there an incentive for increasing impervious surface? I think I was confused about your answer and what I heard earlier. So, if the developer agrees or offers to build a road from Gale Court or Wilson Drive into the development,
Yes, there is an incentive.
okay, then there's an incentive, right?
Yes.
Because they're
So, and that's,
sacrificing part of their lot.
that was the only incentive that I can think of, and that incentive was basically, if you donate land to that road that would come in from Gale Court or from Wilson Drive, you would get 1.5 times additional pervious coverage to what you donate to that new road.
Part of that was for the protection of the existing property owners that have buildings there that are all, that if they entered into an agreement, they're going to lose their amount of impervious coverage from their property. And that could make them non-conforming. So in a way to make them still be conforming and make the deal to do the road.
Yeah.
And it was the thought behind that. That's really where it was. And it really doesn't have anything to do with this property that's to be developed. It's to help the properties that have already been developed. I think there's like 4 structures along 15 there.
Yeah.
Because it would be along the back of their property where that road would go through, and they'd have to give up undeveloped property.
Okay.
And the thought process there, just for everyone to think about, is we could get rid of that as an incentive. But when you look at the map, what you see is that there is no direct access. So it's going to cost the developer money to put that road in there. So they would have to buy land from somebody that owns it in the economic zone right now. So we could take it out, but then we most likely would lose that road, or we could leave it in there with the hopes that they build the road and it helps alleviate the traffic. It's a choice. And we're open to suggestions on what everybody thinks.
And that incentive, it's intended for the developed properties, but also could apply to those 3 lots, right? If they're sacrificing land
Well,
to,
Yes,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, because they're going to be sacrificing their land.
as well, okay.
That could make them non-conforming if they gave up that land,
Yeah. Even the undeveloped ones, right?
I'm talking about the developed ones. I don't know. The undeveloped, that's different.
Yeah.
I don't see.
But I think undeveloped, if the road needs to come in, say from Wilson or Gale, it would go through they'd have to buy land to create a road, then it would get to this huge lot, and then it would have to come in through the huge lot to get to maybe the center or something, so I guess there'd be some.
No, that's the incentive that Ron was taking out, that it would only be the existing lots that are already developed. If they provided land to each other to get out to Wilson Drive, then they would get a little bit of a bonus of impervious coverage.
I see.
In order to justify giving up raw land that they use now
Yeah,
for whatever they use it for, parking or driveways. So now remember, the purpose of this is to be kind of like North Village, which has an outlet street from the back of ShopRite to White Lake Road, which means that either light can be used in appropriate circumstances by people to gain access to 15 to go, particularly to go make a left turn out of the north side or to make a left turn out of the south side, because that's the conflicting motion that results in traffic being slowed down, people turning left in, people turning left out. So the circulation pattern is not mandatory to go to Wilson, but it's encouraged. And that seemed to work well at North Village.
Okay. So that incentive, just to clarify then, so that incentive to go up above 40% is only for those developed lots.
Right.
And I think I read too that the maximum is only 50%. So,
And I think Ron is cutting that down from the past, that's standard, right, Ron? I think that you changed, you don't
We
allow.
left the 50% for the new road.
But-
Michelle, could I get you to go to slide 6? I just want people to see what it is we're talking about here. Might help clear it up. Thank you. And if you could page it up just a little bit. A little more, there you go. Okay, so again, so here's the large lot. When you look at Wilson Drive, here, the road's got to come in from here into the back here somewhere. The problem that the developer's going to have is this is all filled land. So there is no direct available access right now. So if you want the developer to say, I'm willing to spend money to help, I think they have, the recommendation is we have to give them some type of incentive. So again, it's a trade-off. We could say we don't want the road. We could put it in there. We could say we want the road, but you don't get an incentive, but it's going to cost more money in the end is where I think how a developer look at it. But there was a couple different ways to look at it, but I want everyone to recognize that, that's not an easy ask to say, give me a new road because of all these existing structures and they're all privately owned properties. Okay?
Okay. I think if we're done with questions from the dais, anyone from the public comment question?
Hi, good evening. Anand Dash, Sparta. So first, forgive me. I've been a lifelong resident of Sparta. A lot of what I'm going to say comes from the emotion of growing up in your motherland. The value of Sparta to so many who have come from points east is to step away from the congestion. It's to step away from the noise and the pollution. It's to see the star-sprinkled sky. That's what makes Sparta a rural town. And it was once a rural town when my parents came here in 1974. And first, let me say I appreciate, you guys are volunteers, you're public servants. And Ron, the sincerity here is tremendous. It's tremendous. It really is. And I know long nights, it's not easy. You're away from your families. You're not getting paid for this. You're doing this out of the goodwill of your heart. That being said, I grew up running on the railroad tracks along Demarest Road, probably illegally, right? Trespassing. I went with my high school cross-country team.
I knew you looked familiar.
Yeah. So our cross-country team would run along those tracks, right? There was no North Village at the time. But we were happy, right? I grew up in a family that I was privileged. My father's a doctor, and grew up in a good lifestyle. And if I look back 20 years ago, ultimately, what is the purpose of government? What is the purpose of planning and zoning, right? We're trying to increase our quality of life, right? Our town is a extension of our families, right? So we're trying to increase well-being, happiness, ultimately, is some will say is objective of life, being philosophical. And what does it take to be happy? Right? It takes friendships, quality of your work, and meaningful experiences in life. And one of those values that those who really truly understand Sparta appreciate is that you could I share this analogy a lot with folks. You know, we've all been to New York City, right? You're driving out of the Lincoln Tunnel, and you're like, thank God, right? You're driving, you made it out of the Lincoln Tunnel, right? You made it out of the Lincoln Tunnel, and that merge, right? The graffiti, and all of that, and you're driving west, right? Back to where the streetlights go out. And growing up as a kid in this like old station wagon, right, with blue seats, I still remember it, right? We remember the smells on 15, right? And you knew when you were coming back to Sparta, right? You didn't mind that you had to travel to Rockaway for a pair of blue jeans or buy a pair of sneakers at the Foot Locker, right? You didn't mind that you had to go to, today, to an Indian restaurant, okay, to Morristown. You didn't mind that there wasn't fast food in Sparta. Or you didn't need to have fancy dining in Sparta. Because if you wanted that, you made a choice, right? You wouldn't settle in Sparta. You would settle in Benville. You would settle in Bergen County, right? What makes me happy? You know, I love running. I like being outdoors with my puppies. You know, I enjoy going to Station Park, seeing the kids play. If I want to go get something to eat, I don't want to have, my sister lives in Chatham, and if you try to go to the Stop and Shop there, you're fighting for a parking spot. So these attributes is what makes Sparta a gem, or did. And I appreciate all the work that's been put into this, but I submit to you respectfully that we need to step back into the master plan of the 80s, right? And we really need to make a hard look at that master plan. Because I submit respectfully to you, any of you who have been to that North Village development, it is already saturated. I don't need a traffic expert to tell me what level it's at. Because in fairness, I live, you go down White Lake Road, you turn right onto 94, and you go near toward the homestead. I live back there. So every single day, I have to choose whether I come down White Lake or go up West Mountain Road to take my kids to school, right? So what makes an expert in traffic, in congestion? You don't have to have a degree. I don't have a degree in traffic study. I travel that road every single day. My wife travels that road every single day. And I'll call her and ask her, she's coming back from Alpine, where are you sitting? My daughters even know the lingo. We're still by the railroad tracks. We're still by the railroad tracks. In Sparta, where you shouldn't have to wait through 4 cycles of a traffic light to go from the Alpine School to where I live, off 94. Now look, I'm not against development, right? I'm not one of those big, I don't know. I'm not per se against development, but Sparta is a choice. Whatever the conveniences are. So before Starbucks came here, there was the one in Franklin, and there was the one in Rockaway, right? And I didn't really frequent Starbucks a lot, and so we would go down to Rockaway if we wanted it, or we'd go to Franklin. And I said, you know what, that's okay, because I don't want, look, the Franklin Starbucks is congested. And I think, thank God I don't, respectfully to those who live in Franklin, thank God I don't live in Franklin. Well, thank God I don't live in Rockaway, and no disrespect to the folks who choose to live in various towns. But everybody makes a choice. I used to tell my dad, you couldn't pay me to live in Bergen County. To all the folks who may have moved from Bergen County, I apologize, Heather. But my dad would tell me, you know what? That's fine. Because you can't pay those folks to live in Sparta. Right? You can't pay those folks to live in Sparta. And maybe that's the beauty of the state. If you wanted to compromise, you'd go to Denville. So you lessen your commute to New York City. But, and forgive my emotion, but this area is saturated. Others will go into the dissection of all these questions, but we're missing the point. We're missing the point. We need to be honest to the history of the town. If you want all the conveniences, the Grand Union was fine. The one Grand Union was fine. If you didn't like that, you went to the ShopRite in Dover. Now we have the ShopRite and we have the Stop and Shop. Okay, we have the North Village. People were for it. They were against it. Fine. We have a pizza place. We have a Mexican place. We have a upscale restaurant. We have a pet shop. We have some, fancy upscale food. What else do we want across that development? We have banks already in Sparta, right? What are we looking to put there? Okay, and I'm not an economist, right? I'm not going to go into the ratables discussion. I'm just not. Because what I know about that, having lived in Sparta for 43 years, okay, very simple math. Taxes have not gone down. Rebuttal to that is, well, Mr. Dash, you should be happy your taxes haven't gone up. Well, they have. And I hope I don't come across as elitist if I say this, but I don't mind paying a little bit more in my taxes. I don't mind if my taxes go up a little bit more so I can preserve the rural character of Sparta. But guess what? I'm not paying any more in taxes than those in Bergen County are. And they're congested. And that's why I have so many real estate clients who say to me as a real estate lawyer, oh, Mr. Dash, you have no idea what Bergen County is. I do. I go to the courthouse too many times. I won't even go to Jersey City. I drove to the court one time. I'll only take an Uber now. Because you know why? I'm spoiled. I'm spoiled. Because I don't know what it's like to have to parallel park or park in a parking lot where you have to pay an attendant. But you know what? That's a choice that I made in rural Sparta. And this zone is rearranging the character and the history of the Sparta. It's not your fault. I'm not placing any blame on anyone. But Sparta is a choice. If you want to go out to Hope Township, the reason I don't go, I always tell my wife, I would love to go to Hope Township. She's like, well, you guess what? We're not living together. Because it's so far out there. Right? Hope is beautiful. Right? It's beautiful. But it's too much for me. It's too far from my office. It's a little too far from the Rockaway Mall. Right? So people make choices. We can make the choice to leave. It was a dread of mine growing up, running past there. I can't run there anymore. I used to run with my puppy on that road. Now I don't run there because it's not safe. We can make a choice to leave that agriculture. We're going to get into disputes about economic development, right? But I think I've kind of, I broad brush this. I know there are finer points here. But what's the point of economic development? It's where I first started, is we're trying to get to happiness here, right? We're trying to increase our quality of life. I'm sorry if I'm discriminating against folks who want what they moved away from in Bergen County. I'm sorry to keep using Bergen County. There's other better examples, perhaps. Okay? But it's a choice. I prefer to leave Sparta rural. It's not rural by any definition or standard anymore. Moreover, the folks who are going to be using all these amenities, a lot of the folks, I have friends who live up on Glen Road, they go to the Stop and Shop, right? They don't go all the way to the ShopRite. Right? A lot of these folks aren't coming to this area of the town. You have folks from other areas of the county coming through here. But we're suffering the congestion from that. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to talk about the community standards, the traffic standards. God bless you for going through all that and you're increasing your knowledge on land use and planning. But it misses the point. Saturation by definition means you can't add another drop. Otherwise, the glass is going to overfill. Right? Going out of White Lake, turning left on a Saturday morning, if you're taking your kids to the fields, you're sitting through 4, 5 traffic cycles. So think about this. What is the point in taking your child, to a soccer game there? When you are stressed about having to make that left turn, you're eroding the quality of life You know, sports is supposed to be an avenue away from work and the stress of day-to-day life. But now, respectfully, we're adding the softball fields there, and I drove by it, and it looks beautiful. But even that, the softball fields, forget the environment for a second, right? Put aside the environmental issues. But even the softball fields are going to add significant traffic to White Lake Road. It's very difficult, Ron, to rationalize any development. And I understand the master plan, but the master plan is our work. It's the work of the community. It's a choice, right? And so we send a message to developers. And I know there's the camp that says, you know, we want to encourage development and economics, right? But guess what? We can send a message. It's the same thing in, you have some of those really nice areas in Massachusetts, Cape Cod and all those places, right? Why do people go away from their homes? Like, would Cape Cod allow for their entire island to be paved over with development to attract development? No. Would Hope allow that? My office is in Bernardsville, right? It's an upscale, affluent area. They keep development to a minimum, 10-acre lots. 10-acre lots. You know what? You want to go to the mall? Go to the Shore Hills Mall. There's no mall in Bernardsville. We have to step back before we step forward to see where we've come from. The beauty of Sparta, let's be honest, the happiness of Sparta is the outdoor, the recreation. Isn't it the slogan of Sussex County? Now, I understand it's one view, but it might be a nativist view. And there are folks who want to compromise. Mr. Dash, like, you're out there. You're out there. We don't want to live in the boondocks anymore. Well, please, move to a spot that's not the boondocks. Why are we rearranging Sparta for folks that came here and prized its value? So I don't have any specific suggestions. I would submit to you that the left turn out of the North Village is a disaster now. There was 2 accidents today. Well, you have the 2 lanes going to 1. There's no room to add traffic. What are we seriously considering adding there? We have Mexican, we have a pizza, we have 2 Mexican shops there, restaurants. We have a car wash. What more as a town for happiness do we need there? Because there's an inverse proportion to development and happiness. There absolutely is. And that's why, how do we know that? Because the folks who have experienced it in Bergen County are moving here. And a lot of those folks say, wait a minute, I moved away from this. Has nothing to do with the warehouse. No, warehouse is a popular topic. We focus on that, coincidentally. But it has nothing to do with the warehouse. See, the Wilson Drive, which I know well, and the Aaron Drive, the reason those are tolerable is because they're not retail, right? They're not retail. They're light industrial. And how do I know this? Because I run there every single day. I see the traffic. Peak, non-peak, middle of the day, off-peak. You know, off-peak, how do you know off-peak? Why? Because your daughter forgets their lunchbox in school. You got to go there off-peak. So you forget. So you figure out what the off-peak is. You know what the off-peak is. The trucks coming out of there are plumbing, they're light industrial. They're not congesting the roads, right? I respectfully object to development across the ShopRite. It is a fear of mine that's going to rearrange this town.
So if I could, I
Please.
just want to, you had a lot of good points, and I appreciate everything you said. I think what it comes down to is we're faced with some choices here. Right now, there's an existing ordinance that says you can do X, 40,000 square foot buildings, probably going to be light industrial, warehouses, whatever. But that ordinance is there. So we could just say, leave it as it is. That's one option. Or we can say, okay, how do we try to steer this back to something more rural? So what you heard tonight was our thoughts, the subcommittee's thoughts, and says, this may not be the final answer. I think everyone you've heard talk about, we need a master plan update. But master plan update, very expensive, very time consuming. So do we leave what's in place as it is today until we can do the master plan? Or do we try to make some improvements that hopefully will help alleviate something before something could get built? So we have choices. I like the idea, it's all farmland. That's not what the ordinance today says. And we can't go back and say, take everything out but farmland, because that would be a conflict with the master plan and would be disallowed. So the choice of the case is where we go based on where we are today.
Yeah, I understand the constraints, right? But that's why we charge ourselves to come up with solutions. And I appreciate the good intention. I just submit to you in the utmost sincerity that any development across from the ShopRite, whether it's one bank, one restaurant, is going to have a diminishing return on the ultimate good that we're delivering to our residents. And how we do that, it's easy to point out the problems, and I'm able to do that. But yeah, sure, it requires creativity. It requires some element, and you've done that. You've engaged in that exercise. It's going to take time. It's going to take, I understand the master plan drives these discussions, and it's going to take cost. But I would bet those in Sparta would be willing to bear that cost to ultimately preserve the character. So listen, I see somebody here who wants to make a point.
I just want to finish up, because you've had some great thoughts, and I don't want to let them just lay there.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
So the question is, what do you recommend in terms of, if we don't do this, what's a better answer?
Anand, actually, I mean,
Yeah.
since we do have other individuals and since there's a time constraint,
Mm-hmm.
if you wouldn't mind ruminating on that, sending us an email so that we can take those under advisement, we can submit them to the subcommittee, they can have them in front of them and not just hearing those things, they can have them concrete in front of them and take them under consideration
Yeah.
when they're re-reviewing the
Right.
zone.
So Occam's razor is the simplest solution. We can make the permitted use agriculture for the time being.
We can't limit it. We can't limit it solely to agriculture, because that would require an update of the master plan. So basically, what the subcommittee is doing is trying to put in some more defined language, some more restrictive behavior, some conditional uses, some new approved uses, so that while we're in the process of, getting our ducks in a row to do a review of the master plan, we don't come in contact with an application that will now have a 40,000 square foot building as opposed to a 25,000 square foot building. We're trying to reduce that damage as much as possible within the confines of what we're capable of doing at this stage until such time as the master plan is reviewed, revised, and so on.
I understand. So let's focus on getting this master plan, at whatever cost it's going to cost. And if we can expedite that, we can do it. But the intention, if you are receiving my comments in goodwill, which you are, and I see
Absolutely.
that, let's do it. We can do it. I have no doubt. I don't have the answer here as I stand here before you. But I promise you, we have enough intelligent people in this room who can figure out a way to keep Sparta rural.
It is in
Yeah.
our purview. It's on every single member of this board's list of things to do. It's one of our goal objectives to make sure that process at the very least starts this year, even if it doesn't end this year. So it's not that it's not on the docket. It is, and it's not just about money. It's also about, and this leans into what we're doing in terms of professionals. It leans into what we're dealing with in terms of administrative issues. It leans into a lot of other areas that we don't necessarily have 100% control over. So it's not that it's not on the list. It 100% is, and it is a priority of this board.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
just time consuming.
Listen, Celeste, respectfully, I understand the complexities that are involved in planning. I've been practicing land use and zoning. Where there's a will, there's a way.
And we're working on it.
And it's not your responsibility solely. It's the community's responsibility. And so we will be part of that. And I'm just one view here. And I understand there's legal hurdles, there's environmental hurdles, there's economic hurdles. Excuse me. Please. I appreciate the work. I appreciate the work you're doing, but please take these into consideration.
We absolutely appreciate the comment. It's not falling on deaf ears.
Why are you engaging?
Okay. Any other questions relative to the presentation and the PCED?
Yes, I have questions.
Sure.
I got a lot of questions.
So please state your name and your address.
Richard Rohrbacher, 172 Demarest.
Thank you.
Okay, my former life has come back and haunted me again. What's the difference between, I think I know what the difference is, but I just want to clarify to make sure that I know. What's the difference between outdoor dining and outdoor eating?
Outdoor dining is where you are served outdoors. Outdoor eating is there are
That's
picnic
what I
tables
thought.
and
I
available.
wanted to make sure that my definition was the same as your definition.
Yeah, it is.
That's one of the, also, because I'm not good at speed reading things like ordinances, are things like veterinary clinics allowed in this development area?
I believe they're prohibited.
We're prohibited.
Okay, I'm going to ask a stupid question. Why?
I believe it's because it's on the list of DEP recommended prohibited uses in wellhead protection areas.
It's
So
to
we're
protect the
trying to
water.
protect the wellheads, and the DEP recommendation in wellhead protection areas.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate the response. I didn't know. It's just, by the way, I've been using my vet since 1988, so I don't think I'd be wanting to change at this point in the game. But it was just a question that popped into my poor feeble little mind. I think that's it for now. And yes, I did appreciate Anand's comments, but there's growth that needs to be done. I can go back to remembering when the only things were the print center and the building across the street from the print center on Route 15. And that my mother-in-law used to say, oh, I have to make a left turn at the cows. So I've been in town a little while also, and I don't appreciate some of the traffic on 15 at this point, but that's a whole nother discussion for another day. Thank you all.
Hi, Sally Larson, 56 Mountain Spring in Sparta. I just wanted to, what Anand said about the people that use the ShopRite. I'm in the League of Women Voters. I've been up there a couple of times to register people to vote. Most of the people don't not only live in Sparta, a lot of them don't even live in New Jersey. So you're not really getting local stuff there. There's a lot of people from Pennsylvania that we couldn't register because we didn't have the paperwork. So just to kind of support what he said about the people that are coming. Okay, thank you.
I'm Marilyn Chapman. I live at 66 Hunters Lane. And I just want to give full support to all of Mr. Dash's comments. I came here 55 years ago for a rural character. The idea that we will have additional restaurants and more traffic in this county is a travesty on what I came to Sussex County for. Unacceptable to most of the people who came here wishing to be away from the cities. This is not what we came here for, and it's not what we want. I'm sorry. I would also like to ask when we're going to get sound equipment in this room so we can hear who's speaking and what they're saying. We've been waiting a long time. I've been told it's coming, but I'm just wondering when it's coming. Thank you.
Ms. Chapman, if I could, Ms. Chapman?
Yeah, into the microphone, loud.
Can you hear that okay? I apologize if you can't. I want to go back to what we said with Anand. We have choices now. The question is, are the recommendations that we're proposing now, are they going to bring additional traffic to your concern? Or, given where the ordinance is today, will it reduce it from what it is today? And that's the real question I think we have. There's an ordinance on the books that allows for building. We can't ignore that. So what we're trying to do is try to say, okay, how do we reduce the traffic? One of the reasons we thought about restaurants and those type of things is when you look at those versus offices and warehouses, and you look at the peak hours of the rush hour, they're a little different. They typically open a little bit later in the morning. Some of the drive-throughs, that might be an issue. But right now, you can have big 40,000 square foot buildings there. So we're trying to improve it. We're not saying it's a blank slate and this is what we want to do. We're actually trying to pull it back a little bit to reduce traffic. So the question is, do people feel that the recommendations that we're bringing forward as suggestions will help make it better than what it is, or is it making it worse than what it is? I think that's the real heart of the discussion.
We wouldn't want it to be worse.
I agree. And
We agree, and
that's exactly what we're trying to do here.
Exactly, and we're of the mind that those 40,000 square foot buildings and the other areas where we're trying to reduce size, scale, footprint, are things that are going to be, if there is development there, more within the confines of the aesthetic that we're looking for, as opposed to some of the things that, if you do drive down Wilson Drive, aren't really aesthetically pleasing and are all mostly largely warehouse-type structures. So that's what we're trying to avoid. We know that that's private property. We can't tell the owners not to sell. We can't tell the owners not to develop. But what we can do is put a defining line on what's allowed to go there and what it should look like.
I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
And we appreciate your commentary and your input.
Would just like to add to that one comment too. It's probably going to sound like a broken record. I mean, to me, this is a improvement over the existing ordinance. It's a short-term step towards the master plan revision or master plan rewrite or whatever the vision is that the community needs and wants. This is a step towards that because this is a risk reduction that we can do quickly. And there's a reason why we picked this zone. And it's a step forward. It's not the ultimate destination by any means. That's going to take more input and more thinking about what the long-term vision is.
I would like the existing buildings on Wilson Drive tend to not have the huge traffic that these fast food type restaurants will give. So I don't want huge warehouse. I don't want anything that looks ugly. I don't want you to think that I'm here saying, oh, let's make things ugly. I want you to reconsider allowing all those more restaurants because they generate a lot more traffic. It really is tough. I mean, I go into that shop right all the time, and the Starbucks line is there all the time. We have another Dunkin' Donut. We have 2 Dunkin' Donuts in Sparta. It's ridiculous. We have so much. I think that if we can get the light industry or something like that better, in my opinion, than restaurants. And I agree with Anand that there's just a limit. How many pizza places can we have in Sparta? I'll give you a background. I lived for 20 years in Parsippany. I moved to Parsippany when Parsippany looked more rural than Sparta. When I moved to Sparta in 2003, Sparta looked pretty rural to us. We came back from North Carolina, we made the decision, we weren't going to go into congested Parsippany. You know, everybody said, aren't you going back? You have your friends there, why don't you go to Parsippany? And we said, oh my God, look at it with the traffic. And what really happened there was they had supermarkets that went out of business, that became strip malls, that became this, that became that, and it was built till it was endlessly built. And I was very active in the League of Women Voters there. When we had the business park go in on 46, it was because they wanted to put Rockaway Mall there. And I was one of the people that worked very, very hard. They didn't call it Rockaway Mall at the time. They said department stores in a mall. And they were going to put it on the Dodge track right there on 46. And we fought, and we got a business park instead. And at the end of the business park was a mountain right by Intervale Road, which is by Cherry Hill Road. You can go and you can see it. Big mountain there. And they said, that will be a buffer. Forever and ever, it will be a buffer, don't worry. And we said, are you sure it'll be a buffer? Yes. I came back from North Carolina, and you've got their Shake Shack. They made a shopping mall there at the top of the mountain. And they laughed at me when I came in all the time and said, make sure it's definitely going to be a buffer. So, trees. And trees are an enemy of a town that looks for ratables. And they said, oh my God, we can't leave the trees there. We got to pave it over. So I've come to the conclusion that you can't fight for trees. You can say, if we had made a playground there, if we had put something there, a sports field even, then we could have kept another shopping center out of there. But if you go through Parsippany, there's enough shopping it's way over shopped. It's over everything. And I agree with Anand. Let's not do that to Sparta, please.
I don't think any member of the board is on any level in disagreement with you. But what I can say is that, we do have our restrictions. We do have the boundaries that we have to work within. And we're doing the best that we can with what we have right now. And we're trying to expedite certain areas over others as a stopgap to try to make sure that that quality of life that everyone is looking for is preserved. Everyone's talking about how long they've lived here. I actually was born and raised in Staten Island. And I have seen overdevelopment on epic levels. I understand what that does to a town. When I was a child, there was fields behind my house that every kid in the neighborhood used to go and play in the woods. And by the time I was 22, there were 28 units built behind my home. So I understand what the issues are, and I believe every member of this board is working to put those stopgaps in place so that we don't have to deal with those going forward.
Thank you, and make sure it's in the master plan solid, that this is set aside for this and that, and at least some land doesn't have buildings on it, that we'll have some trees, because like, for example, my development, there is buffer area around the development that has trees on it. And there was, someone in the town council was saying, well, we could put farms, we could farm that land, knock down those trees and start farming it. Once it starts farming it, the next thing, it gets developed with houses and stores and all of that. So as long as we can keep buffer areas, as I said before, buffers are very precious. And it makes, when you're on the street and you see trees, it really looks like it's rural, even if it isn't. And we have to keep, at a minimum, an aura of a rural town. Thank you.
We appreciate your input and your comments.
Hi, I'm Margie Murphy, 9 Pueblo Parkway. As long as everybody's saying how long they lived here, I was born here. My family's been here since the 40s, and my grandparents came up from Brooklyn in the 40s. My father built the Sparta Gardens, that I'm not really proud of those apartments, but he built them in the 50s. They're still there, which is amazing. Then he built one of the first houses in Fox Hollow, which is, I moved there when I was 2 years old, and now I'm back at the lake. I left for 25 years because this was so rural that I thought I needed more, and I moved back. So it does need to stay this way. People move here because of it. If they don't like it, if they want it more developed, they can move. I'm sorry, but this is a rural place where we do need to have less lights, less traffic. Every day I go to Demarest Road too, because I am on the board of the Sparta Food Pantry, and it's atrocious. It takes me sometimes 2 lights to turn left on Lime Crest Road. That's ridiculous. Now, the studies, I do commend you because this is much better than what is existing. I do commend you on that. And yes, you are all volunteers. That master plan has got to be changed. This place is not meant to be developed with warehouses, with mega buildings. There is no listing on here that I can see. It says 40,000 square feet to 25. What about the height? Is there any?
35 feet, 2.5 stories?
Yes.
2.5 stories. Okay. And you're talking about developers developing that area, and what do we give them as incentives? If developers want to develop, they should be giving us incentives, not us giving them. Gale Road and all the roads back in there, there's a lot of children's and developmental children's schools and whatnot that they're walking because they come to the pantry and help us, and they walk, and that is dangerous for all of this traffic, number one, to be back there. Number two, North Village, personally, I think is a very ugly development, my opinion. But it's not at all well thought out. There is another entrance, yes, on White Lake Road, but it's not a very attractive place. I have to tell you, whenever I leave this town and I drive back up Route 15 and see those beautiful trees, and especially in the fall, you appreciate where we live. Please don't change it. But this is much better. We need to change the master plan. We need to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy Ebbinghaus, Scudder's Road. I agree with Marge and Anand. I have one question about the work the committee has done. What are the potential pitfalls for using a wetlands map from 2009? If the delineations have changed, greater or less, what impact would that have on this ordinance and the considerations it is coming up with? Why doesn't this committee have access to the latest evaluations that might be available?
I could try and answer that. That we have, my office has, as many offices have, we have access to GIS systems that have, very good images, mapping that we can use. I don't know of any, we really have like some of the top-of-the-line software for wetlands mapping, floodplain mapping, and so on, all environmental constraints. I don't think I would ever take any one of those maps, no matter how good they are, over a field delineated survey, because that is somebody with an expertise going out to the site and literally putting flags and walking every inch of that property and marking it, and then having a surveyor come out, locate those flags, and then put it digitally on a survey of that property. I don't know of a way you could get any more accurate information than that, and I'll take that over any of my fancy GIS software any day of the week, because of it's done by hand in the field by an expert. Now, it was done by hand in the field by an expert and verified by the DEP in 2009 that those boundaries are valid for 5 years, so that puts us at 2014. DEP allows for one 5-year extension. I don't know if they obtained that extension or not, but if they did, that brings you to 2019. So what I'm really suggesting is what we showed in this exhibit is based on the most accurate information that we had available to show the public that I believe I can support through 2019. Now, do I think that line has changed a whole lot between 19 and 2023? I can't say, but, I do believe that it's the best representation that we can give the public at this time.
If I may jump in on that, were you able to at least cross-reference to see if there was any conflict or data gaps from the survey that you're reflecting here comparative to DEP's current mapping on their GeoWeb or GIS system?
I did not, because again, I have the GeoWeb.
Because it does change.
It does. I have the GeoWeb, I have the GIS, I have ArcGIS, I have every software program there is, and I have specialists. I don't do it all day long, but we have specialists who live in that world who can do 3D images and all sorts of crazy stuff.
Understood, I'm familiar with it.
However, I will still take a field survey over anything I can get on a computer any day of the week. I think I'm giving the best representation based on the available information that we had. It is, technically 2019, we could say, yes, it expired, but do we think that line moved a whole lot in the last 4 years? I honestly don't know.
Well, the fact that you don't know is what concerns me, right? We're basing all of what is being discussed tonight over a map that's from 2009. That's concerning to me.
I have a follow-up question on that. Mike, maybe you can help. If the landowner or a potential developer requested a delineation in the last couple of years, is that something that is publicly available through the DEP, or that's
Yes.
privately owned?
Number one, the township is notified every time there's an application for a letter of interpretation. The municipal clerk, town planning board, town engineer, and I think there may be one more, who is notified that, hey, we're doing this LOI, and you're notified that this thing is going through the DEP process.
Yeah.
So that's something that we can double-check the records. If an updated LOI or verification has been obtained for this piece of property, that's one thing we can do.
I believe there was last year.
For an updated LOI?
Yeah, I believe there was, and it
so
might have been the
public
developer or the
So
owner.
it's a public document, everything that we're talking about is public documents. When you get an LOI, they're actually required to file a copy of the map with the township. I think it's the clerk, but I'm not positive. But I think it's the township clerk has to have a hard copy of the map itself. And there's also one, everything's filed electronically now at the DEP, but it's also available on the DEP website. So we could verify through those sources what the new map, if there is a new map, what that new map looks like.
Yeah, I believe that LOI was received as a required notification. I don't know if they ever went through and had it done, but that's something we should check on.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Tom, is there a way to recertify? I mean, we're using a third party. I don't even know if there's restrictions in that survey was done for a particular applicant or reason to the responsible party who paid for it, let alone us using it as third-party reference.
Yeah, we're not using it in that way, Mike. That would be like trying to prepare a site plan. All this is information. So, and when they get the LOI from the DEP, that's a public record, and that becomes the delineation, that is the current delineation. So Dean remembers the notice of the application at least, and thinks maybe a new LOI was issued, so Mike can ask the DEP for a copy of it.
I think
That, using that is just using a public record. It doesn't,
Okay.
there's nothing wrong with that, and that's good. But that being said, it is only a wetlands delineation and only a wetlands line. The zoning applies to the property. So we deal with all these variables, and we cannot predict everything. I still like the 300-foot rear yard setback that I talked about before, so something like that. It's a little complicated. Mike has to look at it, but.
Wetlands was a huge part of tonight's discussion.
Oh, definitely. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying, regardless of what the wetlands is, even wetlands have to be zoned for something. Okay, so they don't get a no zone.
Right. Any developer or potential applicant will have to go and get a new LOI, a new,
That's right.
right, a field study anyway? Okay.
And if they got one last year or this year, that would be new and good and would be effective for 5 years, as Mike said, with usually one ability to get a 5-year extension. So it is what it is, and it is what it will be at DEP. We're not guaranteeing that that's the line. We're just using data. But Mike's point is really a good point. Surveyed data, physically surveyed by a surveyor, which you have to do for a wetlands line, is the best data compared to even a satellite map. Because it actually is you can actually, Steve can get into this more, but you can actually do the meets and bounds of each turn in the wetlands, even if it's only 1 to 2 feet. So it's an incredibly complex survey drawing to get delineation. But I totally agree with your point, ma'am, and that this is not certain, this is not clear, this is not guaranteed, and it may change in the future.
So two questions real quick, or two responses real quick. One, I'll double check the public record, the DEP records, because that's the most accurate information. Two, even if the LOI expired, the wetlands and the transition areas on that piece of property are still regulated. Just because the LOI expires does not remove it doesn't remove the fact that those areas are regulated and that they cannot be disturbed unless you go through the DEP process.
And I understand that. My concern is the age of the survey.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with you. You're Mike, you're representing Harbor Consultants here?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Why was this particular environmental constraint map used? You're considered to be a partner of our town, supplying them with the information needed. Why would we use them? Why would we use this particular map to present to our town?
The map was a public document.
So you Googled it?
No. It was.
That's what I'm getting from all of this,
It was a
right?
map
This
that
is
was-
from 2009.
No, maybe I could add to that.
But I'll start it, then you can finish.
Sure.
But when I was asked to take a look at, when I was looking at the aerial photos, I started at aerial photos, GIS, and you see wetlands, and you see environmentally sensitive areas. So I checked with Dave, and I says, do we have any available mapping that would show an accurate wetland delineation line?
I just heard there's a more updated map from Councilman Blumetti.
No, I didn't say there was a map. I said I believe there was a
Something is
a
available. I
notification letter that,
apologize.
yeah,
I may
there's an
not speak for
intention
you.
to get it done. Yeah, I'm not sure that was ever done.
But just in the conversation tonight in this room, it sounds like ideas are being surfaced that are of an age that are not from 2009, more recent information. And to me, this speaks to how well our town's partners are serving us. So, thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question, Margie Murphy, 9 Pueblo. With regards to traffic studies, does a traffic study have to be, have we ever gotten one done? I know there had been talk about it, but has there officially been one done of this whole area?
I don't have the answer to that.
In regards to any development whatsoever, of any piece of parcel of that, in that area?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, just so the board knows and the public, when North Village was developed, they had to get DOT access permits. And one of the things they had to do was a traffic study that pertained to the traffic that was generated by that development and what improvements were required, I believe, along Route 15 as part of that access permit.
And weren't they supposed to widen the roads, the state, and they only did the bridge? They never got around to it?
No, I believe what happened when the Route 15 Houses Corner Road project was started 30-some-odd years ago. It was basically to improve the intersection from where it was originally, right on the corner by the office building for the Sparta Church, because there was a dangerous intersection there. And as part of that overall project, there was right-of-way acquisition that had to be acquired from the owners of Sanford Farms. When Sanford Farms sat down with the DOT representatives for their right-of-way negotiations to purchase the land that was needed to build the road, they, at that time, I believe, realized that they were eventually going to sell part of the property for development. And what they requested was, rather than just build a two-lane road and then X years later have to come in and widen the road more and create an intersection, they said, why doesn't the state widen the road and put in the signalized intersection, or at least the provisions for it, I should say. And the state agreed to do that by way of a mechanism, as I recall. They were going to be paid X dollars for their right-of-way, which amounted to several acres on Sanford Farms. But the state deducted Y dollars for the cost of the additional widening and the intersection construction itself, and that's how that signalized intersection location came to be. There was some planning at the time for that. Now, when the developer came in for North Village and, for example, south of the signalized intersection had to put a right turn in, right turn out only, they had to do that as part of that development. But a substantial part of the widened pavement was already set up based on what I just described. And as a matter of fact, if you're going south on 15 and you want to get in the left turn lane to go left into North Village, if you look on the southerly side of the intersection, there's a gore striped area. And basically what that's set up for, if you wanted to create the left turn lane to go into the 32-acre piece that we've been talking about tonight, basically they'd have to mill off that striping, gore striping, and create a left turn lane for the left turn northbound as well. So things were basically set up. That's not to say the DOT may not or may require some additional improvements, but conceptually it's set up for that.
Okay. This isn't pertaining to that, but do I understand that Jefferson Recycling just purchased Grinnell property? Does anybody know about that?
I don't know, but I don't think the planning board gets records of people's real estate transactions. It's not something that we work on or research or.
No, but I would imagine they'd have to come for any kind of rezoning or replanning?
Well, I'm not always aware of every single application, but I'm not aware of any application by Jefferson, what'd you say? Jefferson
Recycling.
Recycling. I'm not aware of any application yet.
Okay. That would
Maybe
add
you know something that we don't, you'd like to tell us about. But
I was asking.
You're saying that you think they bought
Grinnell properties.
now, which one, okay, there are many Grinnell properties. We know that Nicolak bought the Grinnell manufacturing facility, an office, I think, or part of the offices. That was about a year ago that we saw an application for a Nicolak manufacturing facility with a conversion of one of their buildings to a warehouse. But that was.
What is Nicolak?
Nicolak makes paving stones, and they bought the Grinnell paving stone business. But I haven't heard about Jefferson Recycling yet.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, the billboards, these signs, so that prevents billboards. Yes. Thank you.
Well, billboards are a different thing. Billboards, generally speaking, are not allowed in Sparta because a billboard means a sign built to advertise something off the premises of the location of the sign, and generally speaking, we do not allow them in Sparta. There are some pre-existing non-conforming ones which we would love to see removed.
Yes, yes, exactly. Okay, and we don't need any fast food restaurants in Sparta either. All right, thank you.
Hello, Sean Seeley, 9 Oakwood Trail. I will not express my opinion because of conflict of interest, so I strictly want to ask a couple questions. First of which is, you need a traffic grade of a C or better, was the proposal, I believe you said. What, can you elaborate on what that is? I mean, I don't know what a C is. Is that like what it is right now? Is it worse than what it is right now? What would that mean?
I don't have a traffic study in front of me that could demonstrate, that could give me a level of service on Route 15 right now. So,
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. I don't know what a C is. I don't know if that is good news or bad news. That's what I'm really asking. I don't know. I tried to Google it and I got nothing really of substance.
Honestly, I'd have to defer to a traffic engineer to give you the level of service for an A, B, C, D, and F. That's how they are rated. So I'd honestly, I'd have to defer to a traffic engineer because I'm not an expert in that field.
Okay. Okay. And then the second question is, how expansive is that traffic study? And the reason why I ask is that, the traffic is bad there, but if you go right down the street where Route 15 and Route 181 split, it's also just as bad there. And does that traffic study include that area as well? Or does it just include the area around the ShopRite and all that area?
I think the board would have under, on page 2 of the markup one, it gives itself the discretion to include surrounding road network which will be affected by the proposed development, including the capacity of the existing and proposed roadways, intersections, anticipated traffic volumes as a result of the proposed development. It goes on, I don't want to read all, it goes on and on. So there's a wide discretion.
Okay.
I think it should be, because it all depends on the type of development that comes in, that the board would have the discretion to, just like you said, expand the scope of the study and understand the impact on surrounding intersections.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vivian Perlmutter again. Please, while you're doing all the rest of the looking at that area, there's a lovely townhouse development called Primrose Lane Road, and next to it is it's right across from Anderson Farms. If you know where Anderson Farms is on 15, it's very close to all this development or proposed development. And that townhouse, if you're coming out of there, or you're coming out of the medical building that has an urgent care, it has surgical places, it's fairly new development. And there should have been some planning for it because you can possibly make a right turn, but it's almost impossible to make a left turn. Many times I'm there and I want to go to the ShopRite, but I can't turn left. And there's no place marked how to make a U-turn. And people have told me, oh, you can make a U-turn up at that intersection, but I don't see how to line up. It doesn't look like it's a safe place to make a U-turn. So what do you do coming out of there to go to the ShopRite? The traffic is terrible. And there's no light to stop the traffic. It just keeps going. It's not easy at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else regarding PCED?
Jenny Derrick's happened to Sparta traffic study. There was a traffic study done last year by the township. A report was submitted, and it was, of course, in relationship with another application, but I would imagine that since it was a township-created document, that it should be usable, or at least a reference material. Also, in the recently revised, I believe it's 2221, the new ordinance that looked looked back at 2101 and redid it, there was significant language about LOS in that area. My recollection, could be incorrect, but my recollection is that the current area average is C to D, going to F, and it doesn't go lower than F because that's as low as it goes. So that's where it is right now, with the existing no-build situation, according to the township's own traffic study that was done most recently last year. So hopefully that's helpful. The question I have, though, would you expand, or would you consider expanding the language that you have in the required traffic study here to reflect the language that was included in the revision to 2221? I don't have it in front of me. I'm sorry about that. But I believe that it was a little bit more robust in terms of specifics, the specificity of which intersections, primary, secondary, tertiary. There was more meat to it. Ron, you said that there was no teeth to this. So, and I appreciate the comments. It's better to have it and have a conversation than not have it. But it seems like this traffic study that shows the standards are met, the language seems like it's pretty concrete, that there should be, that there is reason to say no if they don't meet these standards or they don't fulfill these requirements, including coming up with a plan to remediate before they even start if it's D or less. Am I getting that wrong?
So let me try to answer a couple of things. Number one, regarding what's in 2221 versus what you heard today, try to carry it over. We thought there were sections of the 2221 that wouldn't really make a good transfer here, but we can go back and look.
Okay.
That's an easy enough one. And then the other question is, I want to make sure I understand it.
There wasn't really a question. I was just giving you a little bit of information about a traffic study that had already been done as recently as last year.
In terms of using looking at the other
The
one.
LOS of the whole of that corridor right there.
I personally, I don't have that. in
It was
front of me.
a significant addendum to the application. There was an original, and then a second look at it happened in the fall of last year, I believe. I can get it for you if you want. Sorry for the ums. If it's not too long of an answer, so I understand what you're saying, that there are some elements of the master plan that require that we allow some building there. But it seems like you have been able to take some things out, making them conditional or prohibited uses. So what are we required to have there?
Ask the.
Yeah, the master plan amendment that Ron was talking about from 2018 has a list of uses, and is generally speaking all of the uses that are listed in this ordinance, with the possible exception of the hotel conference center. And the subcommittee's conclusion on that was it would require a sewage treatment facility. Sewage treatment facility seems extremely unlikely, if not impossible, on this property, and septic would be quite a limiting factor, and a hotel with 40,000 square feet was impossible on
Okay.
septic. So that's why the board subcommittee is recommending that that be taken out. And then what the board subcommittee is recommending is shift some of the permitted uses to conditional uses with some specific conditions that constrain them more.
Okay, the setback is a nice add, that would be
But we
good.
still have to add.
Right, that would be helpful, I think, to your point. Say,
The rear yard setback.
the rear yard setback, right. The requirement that the tenant has to come before the planning board to get approval, which, has that, Mr. Collins, maybe you can help with this, has that been a requirement ever since the economic development zone was created? Or is that just to this this portion of the ED zone that was carved out in 2018?
I think it's new, and I don't really remember, Jenny, I'm sorry.
Does that requirement happen every time the tenant changes? Or is it just on the initial?
No, every time the tenant changes.
So for,
And
it,
sometimes it's site plan subcommittee because it's a waiver, because it's
Okay.
not a significant change. In other words, they're going from a tenant to the same type of tenant and a different name, and they're changing the sign.
okay,
Sometimes it's a change in the use to a fairly large extent, and that might be a full planning board review. It depends on the facts and circumstances, and the subcommittee analyzes that very carefully, especially Ron works directly on that with the rest of the subcommittee. It's a laborious process.
so is that review, the planning board review, is that part of the criteria to receive a CO? Is that how that
Not
works?
exactly. There's no CO technically required for change of tenancy. It's really a zoning requirement. Sometimes there's a CO change, but a lot of times there's no CO change.
Okay, thank you. And the hazardous materials listed are the same as for the rest of the economic development zone. The language is the same. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think we've even added some more language about
And that's been
wellhead
the,
protection, prohibition of wellhead protection areas and prohibition of materials. Mike read it before, or Ron read it before.
and that carries through the whole economic development zone, and that was from the beginning of the ED, do you recall?
I'm not sure. No, it's not from the beginning. From the beginning, there's been a prohibition against hazardous materials.
Okay,
In more recent vintage, I don't know the dates, the different zones received clear, more updated language that referenced the updated hazardous materials list
Fair, that's
of the
fair.
tech regs of the
Okay.
DEP, which are very extensive and are carefully controlled by both DEP and the township.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate the understanding that the community really is looking for a master plan review. You know, been saying that for a while. Updated maps are also, would be nice, but I also went to go today to find old maps, and they're not even available. From each revision from 11, 12, and 13, when the zoning maps were changed, you can't even get those, which is
We
troublesome.
understand that we're dealing with a lot of
I
major
understand the
issues.
new
We
thing,
get
the
it.
new one, that's fine, but why can't we get access to the old ones? That's troubling.
I appreciate that, and I understand that, and I agree with you 100%. And the unfortunate circumstances that with the administrative issues that we're dealing with the turnover in the town that we're dealing with a lot of the technological issues that we're dealing with, you know, a lot of things that we don't have control over, we're pushing just as hard as you are for the same things. Exactly, and I mentioned it first thing, you know, it was the first statement that I made, was that, you know, we know that the information is not out there, that we want to be out there. We've been pushing for these things. You know, we just recently got the live stream. And, you know, with the loss of our secretary and the turnover that's been going on with the town, we're pushing for all the same things, and we're doing the best that we can with what we've got. And we apologize, and we understand that this is frustrating for you. And if you think it's frustrating for you, you have no idea how frustrating it is for us. And on that note, we need to take a 5-minute recess. It's been a few hours, and I think a few of us need a bio break. So if you don't mind, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Oh my I think we're about ready to reconvene.
Nicest I can get. So it was been an emotional night.
Michelle?
I think it's for,
I wish.
Oh, I thought that was changed.
Okay, so if we can bring the meeting back to order, please.
A little stressful. Positive stress, but
Close to the.
by the court.
but I think.
Okay. Bringing things back to order. I'm assuming there are no more questions from the public regarding the presentation on the PCED zone. That being said, we're moving into the area of other board business. I know I have a few notes, but does any other board member have anything they want to discuss before I get to my points? No? Okay. So first, I'd like to personally commend the subcommittee and thank them again for their recommendations for the proposed changes to the ordinance 18-431A. This is the type of work that we're here to do, and their efforts should not go unnoticed. So thank you again. To reiterate, what we're trying to do in those zones is put in a stopgap and potentially tighten up the language that are in those areas so that any potential application will have to comply with the new ordinance requirements. Next, I want to notify the public that we are going to be entering into executive session this evening. We're going to be discussing the criteria and processes surrounding our professional needs. Our focus will be on determining the needs of the board and defining the process to fulfill those needs, and not on any particular individual or performance of current professionals. When we reconvene, it is possible there may be notification of an action plan and a vote. Any member of the public wishing to remain is welcome to do so. So as we move into the public comment portion of items that are not on the agenda, I'd also like to remind everyone that this board will listen to any question or comment because we believe the public input is important and invaluable. However, if it's directly related or alludes to an open application or litigation, we are unable to have a dialogue on those subjects, and we will not respond. We thank you for being mindful of that restriction. In plain language, if you'd like to have a dialogue regarding any item, please be mindful of the fact that we cannot respond to an open application or active litigation. We can discuss anything else, but if you're referring to those items, we will thank you for your commentary, but we will accept it as a commentary under advisement. That being said, we'd like to open the floor to the public for any public notice and/or comment that's not on the current agenda.
Celeste, can I add a couple comments?
Absolutely, please.
So I just wanted to add a little more context. As mentioned last meeting, the plan regarding our professionals has not changed. If you think back in terms of timeframes, it's been 4 months tomorrow since our January 18th Planning Board reorganization meeting, and 3.5 months since we first had our operational Planning Board meeting on February 1st. And, as Celeste mentioned, we're going to evaluate and determine a long-term solution still for our professionals through a formal search process. Some of what we are going to be discussing tonight, the executive session, we'll kind of flesh that out and get to some details. And I know we're going to do it as quickly and as thoroughly as possible, but as of right now, there's no definite, drop dead date. We're going to do it the right way. And our priority is really to get the best long-term decision. And the process will be taking place within executive sessions, right? And possibly with an assistance of a subcommittee amongst the board. Again, these details are going to be refined tonight. And as the chairwoman mentioned, there's going to be no long-term decisions tonight, just to set expectations. No long-term decisions tonight will be made with respect to our current professionals. And as the chairwoman said, the hearing from the public and hearing ideas and suggestions is really important and valuable to us. And we would welcome that, and especially if there are suggestions and ideas and respectfully done. So I just wanted to add that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Vivian Perlmutter, Morgan Drive. Please keep in mind all the time that since the ordinance has been changed on, traffic can be considered before you approve development. So when you started tonight, you said that field has to be developed because that's the way it is, it must be developed. But we also can consider traffic, and there was a traffic study done on Route 15. There's going to be an apartment complex up in Lafayette. You can say, oh, well, that's just Lafayette. But all those people have cars, and they're going to come down Route 15. There's going to come a time when no one can go to any of these stores. They could be beautifully designed. You could have architects from all over the world design them. And things are not going to be better if we have such traffic. And we have to have professionals who understand that we want a rural community. And truly, what the people that are coming to these, exactly what Sally Larson said, half the people in the ShopRite are from Pennsylvania. We don't have to provide these stores for those people. We are a rural town. We have to start thinking like Bernardsville for a little bit. It'll be a mental change, but please go and look at these other towns and say, hey, they're really cute. They're very nice. And guess what? Sparta was very cute and very nice too. And it doesn't have to be the way it is in the direction. The reason it's going the way it is because of the professionals that we have hired. And it is not their fault necessarily. They were hired by another administration who had a different goal. There were people who really thought that the more ratables, the better off we'd be. But it really isn't true, because we paid a lot of money to live here where it was rural. This is what we wanted. And I totally agree with Anand. Please think about what he said. He said it much better than I did. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rick Finkel, 13 Hayward Road. I know we've heard about the potential of doing a revised master plan for months now, and I know you mentioned it earlier tonight, but can you explain, other than the cost, what the process is and why we can't accelerate that process?
Part of the process is being able to put the proposal out to bid. And first, we need to understand what level and what depth of work we're going to be doing. And we're prioritizing in the fact that since we know that that's going to be a lengthy process, the board is prioritizing these specific areas that we know have issues that require our immediate attention. So that's where our focus has been, and that's what the subcommittee has been working on. I mean, it's not just a matter of getting the right people for the right jobs, and I know a lot of people are focused on cost. Yes, that is also part of the process. But let's just outline something, just taking what we've done here for the PCED, right? So the subcommittee has been working on this for several months. They've presented it today. Then we're going to go back and we're going to fine tune it. When we fine tune it, then it's got to come back and be heard again so that it can be discussed again with any changes that may be made. Then it needs to be brought in front of the council. The council needs to decide whether or not we can go forward with changing the ordinance and move in that direction. That right there is a process that takes months. So when we look at what the master plan is going to do, the master plan is not going to be a process that happens tomorrow. And we want to do it right. We don't want to do it fast. So that's why we're taking the time to do these specific zones first. and getting, leaning into getting bids out there, defining who the correct professionals are to assist us with that process is in itself a process. And that's part of what we're going to be discussing tonight in our closed session as well. So it's on the list. We are actively working on it. It's just unfortunately, it's a process.
And when is the last one that was done? I know it's been discussed over the months, but when is the last one? What are we working off of?
Tom, what was the last amended version of the master plan?
I think it's the 2018.
2018?
PCED, this amendment that was done for the PCED.
Okay.
There might have been, then before that, there was the PDRM1 and PDRM2. At some time between those two was the Town Center Main Street Business Amendment.
And those were just reviews,
Oh,
yes?
those are actual amendments.
Oh, those are just
If you
amendments?
just go to master plan reexamination reports are another whole thing.
Right. So when was the last reexamination report that we
I
did?
think that's 2020.
2020, okay.
But bottom line is, the original base master plan is 1984 with amendments many years throughout. Since then, particularly town center amendments in 1999 or 2000, something like that. So the planning board has been thinking about focusing, at least in part, upon the town center zones. You're working a little bit on what's called the municipal self-assessment report for the State Planning Commission process, which is called plan endorsement. That is a process of looking at the master plan and deciding whether you want to change the vision of it or not, and if so, how much. Then you decide in that process whether to to adopt a whole new master plan, perhaps, which would be something the planning board does, is the planning board does the master plan, either new master plan or any amendments to the master plan. That takes multiple meetings of the planning board and at least one public hearing for any amendment or master plan adoption, just at the planning board, because the master plan is entirely the planning board's document, funded by the governing body. So that takes time. It is also a very deliberative process involving background studies, clear statements of goals and objectives, listening to the public, getting public input, having perhaps design charrettes, things that help you vision what the vision is that the planning board has of the Township of Sparta going forward. Then, when the planning board adopts an amendment to the master plan, it usually recommends or can recommend an ordinance change or a series of ordinance changes to the governing body. The ordinances are the law. The master plan is not the law. The master plan is a comprehensive plan. The governing body then decides whether to take those recommendations and introduce them first, and then if they introduce them, have a second reading and public hearing on those to adopt them, and if they adopt them, then they become law. So it is complex, it is costly, it takes time, it has to be done well and correctly, but that is the way to move forward with new policies and new plans and perspectives. I know the board and the council are seriously undertaking that.
So the short answer, the last reexamination was done in 2020, but the original document still stands as written in 1984.
But the 2020, just for clarification, was that specific zones? When I think of a master plan, I think of an all-encompassing plan of the town. And it sounds like some of these amendments were specific zones or Main Street that was focused on and not the entirety of the town.
That is correct, Mr. Finkel, but they're not small sections. The Town Center Master Plan Amendment is the entire area from Station Park and part of Station Park all the way to the Theater Center, with multiple zones, with multiple types of uses. And that was very elaborate, the Master Plan Amendment of that whole section of the municipality. Some of the sections of the municipality are, well, they're not going to change that much, like the rural residential zone or the rural conservation zone are the 5-acre residential zones, which are substantially developed or dedicated to open space, and they constitute a very large percentage of the acreage of the municipality. They could be changed. That would be something the board might recommend. But it looks to me, based on what the board's been focused on, is that the town center zones, the commercial zones, C1, C2, planned commercial economic development zone, the ED zone, the PDRM1 and PDRM2 zones, and maybe the ED1 zone are those areas of high focus. And there's nothing wrong with just amending a master plan to make the recommended changes there, or to adopt a new master plan. The difference is not significant in the municipal land use law. That is specifically authorized in the municipal land use law to do amendments to a master plan by the planning board, this board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Margie Murphy again. Am I to understand that there are professionals that represent the board that are up for reelection or up for rehire or replacement?
So all of the contracts and agreements are due to be renewed. We are opening up the logic that we need to evaluate whether or not current professionals are still in alignment with what we need. There's going to be a process, and that's one of the things that we're going to discuss tonight. And once we evaluate what our situation is and what the process, outline what the process is going to be going forward, then we can make appropriate decisions. But regardless of current professionals being where they are, the master plan is a very different animal. And the master plan, we're going to put out to bid, and with the hope that we can garner some valuable input and information. That doesn't necessarily have to be done with who we're dealing with in-house. The planners that we put this out to bid for, could have different expertise, different experience, but we won't know what's out there until we put it out for bid.
Okay, good, because I know there are several positions coming to renew, and I know there's ones that we have to find. We have an acting town manager, and at one point, we did have our own employees, our own engineer, our own town manager, just for that position. And I hope this board really, really thinks about our existing and potential employees, because there's a lot of candidates out there that I think need to be gone through and interviewed, because I think we have had some wolves in sheep clothing that have not represented the town at our best interest in the past. And I would really, really implore upon you that we find these people that will be honest and true and not deceptive to us. So thank you, and I know that's taken under consideration, and I think we should have our own employees, and we can afford it. So, and it would be to everybody's best interest, my personal opinion, but I know I'm backed by a few. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just one clarification too, that the township does now have an engineer for a limited time basis, and the budget and the township manager they're planning to build out the internal engineering department. That's for the township. Now, the boards typically have their own engineers and their own attorneys too, but the township, Ed Hack has been here for a while, and he's doing a lot of the engineering, and there's a plan to expand that department a little bit.
We also lost our water.
Yeah, to retirement, yep. And my understanding is that one of the employees, and I'm drawing a blank on his name now, is qualified and is stepping up to take on that lead role for the department.
I know there's been a lot of employees that were not qualified, that were put in position, but I'm sure we'll do a good job.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to be clear to the council, I can't speak for the town manager, that all employee matters are done by the town manager and the staff, and the council doesn't get involved in employee matters, so. Yeah. Yeah.
Evening, Kathy Ebbinkhausen. Last planning board meeting, I stood up here and recalled and asked members in the room and of our community to recall some of the past events that have happened over the last few years that have caused drama in our community. I know not all of the planning board members were here during that meeting. Also, in that question, I had asked if members of this board were open to presenting their thoughts about the upcoming contract renegotiations, or however you want to put that, for our attorney, planner, these two positions, I suppose. So tonight, again, last meeting, I was under the impression, Ron, that you had said that there would be public discussion, not necessarily closed door session. So again, I offer the question of, do any of the members sitting up here tonight have thoughts around this renewal of these contracts? And if so, would you be willing to offer them publicly prior to public session, or a private session, rather?
We're going to handle it in executive session. Yeah, at least initially, that's really where the professional relationships and contracts and those kind of matters are discussed. The public, I understand, and I'm assuming we'll be getting updates at our regular meetings. But the back and forth and the interviewing and all of the criteria is going to happen in executive sessions. That's my understanding.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ron, how does that match up with what you told me last meeting?
So the thought process, public discussion is kind of what we're having right now. What's the public's thoughts? What are your opinions? And we're listening. So that's the matchup.
My question is, what are your opinions?
I'm going to stay where I was last time. I want to hear all the information, and then I'll make a decision.
Does anyone else care to comment on it?
I think I can speak for pretty much everybody on the board when I say that we do want to have this conversation amongst ourselves, so that we can understand what our thoughts are, and we can debate that, and come to a potential consensus.
That's groupthink, right? I'm asking for individuals.
No, I understand that, but the fact of the matter is that if we're going to sit here and have this conversation, first off, it's in poor taste to have it in front of the professionals. That's number one. Number two, we need to be able to have a candid conversation, which again, we can't do in front of the professionals. So that's, it doesn't lend itself to having an open forum discussion amongst ourselves. I did say that if that there would be a possibility that we could come out of closed session with some more information. If you'd like to stay, you're welcome to stay, and we'll be happy to share whatever opinions, at that point, if we come to any. This may be a multiple. The issue is that, please understand that we can't meet as a group unless we are in this room. So we can't have these conversations outside of this room. If we could have these conversations outside of this room, then we could come here and have an open discussion with the public, right now. But unfortunately, we don't have that ability. We're limited. So we're going to take advantage of the time that we have so we can have this conversation so that we can report to you what the next steps are and what we think is the best available.
You have the ability to speak for yourselves, though, publicly, right?
Which is not, the optics on that in front of the current professionals is just in poor taste.
I hear that. It's not personal, though.
But it is, though, because we're speaking, and we also can't discuss ongoing contracts. That's legal information that we can't provide just out there. That's a conversation that has to happen in closed session, regardless. That's a legal matter.
Okay. Yeah, again, it's not personal. It's just, the question is, what is the opinion of the job that these professionals, their companies, have done in serving the town, not the individuals? That's all. Thanks.
Jenny Derrick, Step into Sparta. I just want to clarify something that was said a few moments ago.
Sure.
So it seemed that you were saying that you have to do these individual reviews of the separate zones, PDRM1, 2, PC, and so on, prior to doing or separate from doing, you have to get that done before you can do the master plan review. It doesn't seem like that would be the, am I understanding you correctly?
The reason why we've chosen to do it that way
I understand you want to get this stuff done to make it tighten up before you get to the master plan review, but it sounds like you're saying we have to do that first before we can even start the other thing, but
Not necessarily. I'm saying that the processes are running in tandem. I mean, master plan is on the table, but we have to be capable of getting proper professionals in place. We have to understand what the
Okay,
scope
'cause
of
it
that
didn't
is.
seem
We
like
have to. No. The processes are running in tandem, but again, part of that process is understanding what the scope. Right now, we don't even really understand what the level of scope is that we're dealing with. And part of that process is looking at these zones and understanding.
Okay, but from here,
where
it
we
didn't
are.
sound like you were doing this in tandem. It sounded like you have to finish A before you can go to B, and I just want to make sure that
No,
that's not the case.
no, that's not the case. We're planning on running both in tandem, yes.
I would just add, I think A and B probably needed to start sooner. There's a sense of urgency with strengthening some of these current issues. Yeah, and
The whole thing isn't just, we gotta wait for this.
No,
Right,
we're not
Yeah.
ignoring one to
Yeah.
do the other, no.
And Jenny, also in doing that with the subcommittee, we're identifying issues that would be something that needs to be done within the master plan. So, I mean, it all goes hand in hand.
there's also, we have to be honest, there's also a resource constraint a little bit in terms of the volunteers bandwidth to, take on so many things simultaneously when we have, the regular hearings to prepare for and the site plan subcommittee and, yeah.
Professional discussion has to come before you can do the master plan.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just want to make sure that that's happening, even though you're still working on these individual zones.
Yep.
Yes,
Thanks.
thank you. Anyone else? So I believe there's a motion that needs to be called so that we can move into a closed session?
Yes, it's a
No, we went first and a second.
Let me craft the motion for you, though. It's a resolution, actually, to go into closed or executive session pursuant to Section 7 and 8 of the Open Public Meetings Act to discuss matters of contract negotiations, the matters to be revealed to the public upon the completion of all litigation and appeals, and the removal of the need for confidentiality. Is there such a motion on such a resolution?
Second.
And a roll call by the Secretary?
Councilman Dean Blumetti?
Yes.
Jeanette Burke?
Yes.
Vice Chairman Ron Day?
Yes.
Christine Dunbar?
Yes.
Bill Enright?
Yes.
Justin Canellis?
Yes.
Angela Cassie?
Yes.
Chairwoman Celeste Luciano?
Yes.
Ernest Reichstad?
Yes.
Peter Sky?
Yes.
Mike Sylvester?
Yes.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and board members. The professionals will be leaving now. So.
Yes, thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate your assistance. Fortunately, we don't know. Okay, an hour? Microphones will be
The word resolution, these are just motions and votes.
Motion.
It's a motion.
Yeah, okay, okay. Thought you said resolutions. Yeah.
It's late, I apologize.
Yeah, sorry.
Is Tom supposed to be present for this portion?
Not that I'm aware, no. Well, we're still discussing.
Is he here?
No, we kind of sent them home because we're still discussing them. So,
Okay, I'll make a motion that we come back out of executive session. Thank you.
yes, we're moving that, we're coming out of executive session.
I'll second.
We do all in favor?
Yeah, I think we can. Aye.
Now, do you need to make a motion that we're going back into public session?
Yes, we are moving back into public session. I think that's what we just did. Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, motion to come out of executive session, motion to come into public session. You're seconding? Aye? Nay?
Aye.
Aye, okay. We are back in public session.
I would like to make a motion that the planning board conducts a candidate search or an RFQ for the planning board attorney and planner roles. Have a second?
A second. All of us.
Roll call vote? Or-
Councilman Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Ron Day,
Yes.
Christine Dunbar,
Yes.
Bill Enright,
Yes.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Angela Cassie,
Yes.
Chairwoman Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernest Reichstad,
Yes.
Peter Sky,
Yes.
Mike Sylvester.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion that we extend our current planning board attorney and planner indefinitely through the end of this candidate search RFQ process. Do I have a second?
I second. Roll?
Councilman Dean Blumetti,
Yes.
Jeanette Burke,
Yes.
Vice Chairman Ron Day,
Yes.
Christine Dunbar,
Yes.
Bill Enright,
Abstain.
Justin Canellis,
Yes.
Angela Cassie,
Yes.
Chairwoman Celeste Luciano,
Yes.
Ernest Reichstad,
Yes.
Peter Sky, Mike Sylvester.
Yes.
Okay, so both motions pass.
Excellent.
Okay. I think that's the remainder of our business for this evening.
Make a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second.
You got a second? Okay. All in favor? Aye.
Good night, everyone.